Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you, Chair Tagliati.
Okay, we're going to start the meeting. Good morning. Today is Thursday, October 23rd, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of October. If you could please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which I stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just me. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting laws?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would ask to anyone coming to the podium to speak that you speak directly into the microphone, speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and transcribed. Madam Secretary, if you could please proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as any from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the speaker, this time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and take them from you. I will first go to Carson City to see if there's anyone wishing to make any public comment. If so, please step forward to the podium. There being no one in Carson City that wishes to make public comment, here in Las Vegas. Your choice.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker. This is about Mr. Hornbuckle. He has been the CEO of MGM for a few years. MGM is one of the most fraudulent corporations on the stock exchange. Their casinos defraud millions of people out of billions of dollars because of the illegal and fraudulent casino games. Before you decide on Mr. Hornbuckle's gaming license, I request that you ask him the following questions under oath. Do MGM casinos use tapered cards in blackjack or other card games? If yes, what company provides them? Do the shuffling machines at MGM casinos arrange the cards in any sequence in which the machine is programmed? If yes, what is the name of the company that provides them? In roulette, why does the same number come up 2, 3, and 4 times in a row so often that it defies the statistical probability of a random outcome? Employees at MGM will verify that they see this often. Are the casino games used by MGM unfair to the consumer? If Mr. Hornbuckle refuses to answer these questions, he should be denied a gaming license. If MGM refuses to answer these questions, their business license should be revoked until they do answer it. I hope that some of you are not like board member Mr. Assad, who seems to be a fan instead of supposedly being an objective person who's interested in helping the consumer. He thinks Mr. Hornbuckle should be on Mount Rushmore. The only place in South Dakota I think Mr. Hornbuckle belongs is a state penitentiary. Thank you.
The record should reflect that your casinoscommitfraud.com card has been provided to each commissioner, as well as a bullet point summary of what you've just shared that will be made part of the record, presumably because you've requested it. Yes? Thank you. Would anyone else like to make public comment?
Good morning, Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. My comment this morning focuses on statements made during a recent hearing before the DC Circuit's Court of Appeal. Late last month, the court held oral arguments on Red Rock Casino Resort and Spa's legal challenge to the National Labor Relations Board June 2024 ruling, in which the board found that the company's extensive, coercive, and unlawful misconduct stem from a carefully crafted corporate strategy intentionally designed at every step to interfere with employees' free choice whether or not to select a union as their collective bargaining representative. Red Rock is attempting to overturn the NLRB's decision. During oral arguments held before the DC Circuit, Red Rock's attorney asked, what was Red Rock supposed to do here? What were they supposed to do with ongoing union activity? Judge Florence Han of the DC Circuits stated, so it seemed to me that Red Rock was just not aware of what the law required, or else it would not have been so overtly anti-union. There are better ways to accomplish what it was trying to accomplish. This DC Circuit has not yet issued its ruling, but we are confident that when it does, it will uphold the NLRB's finding that Red Rock's violation of the National Labor Relations Act indeed stemmed from a carefully crafted corporate strategy. This leads me to ask a basic question of you. If Red Rock or its officials were found to have disregarded Nevada gaming law, we assume the Gaming Commission would have something to say about it. If the company or its officials were to have disregarded federal tax regulations or laws governing business operations, we also assume that the Nevada Gaming Commission would take action. Are we correct, therefore, that if Red Rock is found to have violated federal labor law, the Gaming Commission will take issue with that too? We believe that a Nevada gaming license holder should be held accountable for its actions. We hope you share that belief. We will be submitting the transcript of the oral arguments along with a copy of my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for public comment. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Christopher Meng, M-E-N-G. I am from Red Rock Casino. I am working at the Lucky Penny restaurant as a line cook. I have been working at Red Rock Casino for the past 8 years. I am fighting for a union contract at Red Rock Casino for better pay, better working conditions, and job security. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you intend to leave your statement?
What's that?
Do you want to leave your
Yeah.
written statement? Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anyone else that wishes to make public comment? All right, that will close our public comment section here in Las Vegas. Madam Secretary, our next item on the agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for September 2025.
All right, I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the prior month's disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent items.
Your items on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning are items 5 and 6. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments on the non-restricted consent items? If not, it's in proper form for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of non-restricted consent items number 5 and 6 as read into the record with the conditions as noted in the agenda and as recommended by the board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Before we head to our restricted consent items, I would like to note that restricted item number 3 has been removed from our agenda and no action will be taken on it today. So Madam Secretary, if you would please read in the remaining restricted consent items that are going forward.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 1, 5, and 8 through 16. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right. Do any of my colleagues have any comments on these consent items? There being none, do one of you wish to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items 1, 5, and 8 through 16 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, and Commissioner Korlicki, I think I heard you say you voted in favor, correct?
That's correct. Aye.
Thank you. There are none opposed. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the new game consent items.
Your items on the new game consent agenda this morning are items 01 and 02. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, do any of my fellow commissioners have any comments or questions on the new game items? There being none, it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the new game Family Feud and Big Six Mega Money Wheel as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. If you could read restricted number 1 into the record.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of William Hornbuckle IV for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a key executive and/or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
At the request of the applicant, this item is being continued to the November 2025 Nevada Commission, Gaming Commission meeting, and no action will be taken today. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of John Bryant for finding of suitability as a director at Flutter Entertainment PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair
Morning.
Tagliati. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Flutter Entertainment. Here with me today is the applicant, John Bryant. He is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so as usual, I would like to ask him to provide an overview of his background and talk with you about his duties and responsibilities, if that's acceptable.
Perfect. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. My name is John Bryant. As you can tell from my accent, I grew up in Australia, but I spent most of my adult life here in the United States. My education background, I have a Bachelor of Commerce from the Australian National University. I have an MBA from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. And after retiring, I went back to school and I have a diploma in cybersecurity from the Harvard Extension School, and of all things, a Masters of War Studies from the Australian Defence Force Academy at the University of New South Wales. My professional career, I started as a chartered accountant in Australia, so I was trained. Because I worked in mergers and acquisitions, I was also a registered securities dealer in Australia at that time. Once I left Australia, I allowed both of those qualifications to lapse. I spent about 5 years as a strategy consultant when I had 2 primary clients, Kellogg and the Coca-Cola Company. And I chose to join the Kellogg Company, where I spent most of my career, just over 20 years. I had roles there such as Chief Financial Officer, Head of International, Head of North America, and for the last several years, Chief Executive Officer and then Chairman of the Board. I retired from Kellogg in my early 50s and turned to board work. I serve on 4 public boards. Ball Corporation out of Colorado, which is the largest producer of aluminum cans in the world. Coca-Cola Europacific, which is based in London and is on the FTSE and the NASDAQ. And that is the bottler for the Coca-Cola Company in Western Europe, Australasia, Indonesia, Philippines. and Compass PLC, which is on the FTSE as well. They are based in London and is the largest food service operator in the world with about 500,000 employees. I joined the Flutter board as chair designate back in April 2023, became chair in September 2023, continue to serve as chair of the board, and I chair the nominating and governance committee. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it, and it's very pleasure to meet you. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if any of you have any questions or comments you'd like to make. Commissioner Krolicki, I'll start this time with you.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I appreciate it. And again, my apologies for not being with all of you today. I have I think a pretty good reason. I'm actually at the annual conference of the International Association of Gaming Regulators. So I'm still wearing my hat with all of you, but having it here in Toronto, Canada. Mr. Bryant, a pleasure to meet you today. Ms. Okerberg, thank you for representing the firm in Nevada as counsel. I do have several questions of Mr. Bryant. And again, my apologies for not being with all of you in person and to meet you. The board obligations I know you spoke about at the Gaming Control Board, and you did so somewhat thoroughly, but it's still, as a person who has sat on public company boards, most of my companies had limits on how many public company boards you could sit, or if you were a chairman or things like that. I know you provided testimony that the requirements of Flutter are rather extraordinary and perhaps even more so in recent months and perhaps even going forward. And it consumes most of your time. I think you said 90%. But are there any restrictions on your board service for public companies? Is quite significant. FTSE means that you're traveling and those kind of things. But could you just address, how much focus you can put upon all these companies that they were simultaneously needing your attention?
Yes, great question. So as I mentioned, I serve on 4 public boards. I have no responsibilities beyond those public boards. So I don't do any private equity work or other work that a lot of public company board members would do. I am essentially full-time on board service. I've set aside whatever time is required, generally around 30 to 40 hours a week, which is a big reduction from what I was doing as CEO at Kellogg, where it was more like 80 to 100 hours a week. So I find it very manageable. In the US, the proxy advisors would limit you to around 5 public boards. It's about the point where they say, okay, that's the most you can do. So 4, I'm a little bit below that. But because I chair Flutter, and Flutter is a more time-consuming board than a lot of boards, I'd consider myself to be at my maximum capacity to do board work. So not take on any other boards at this point.
And you chair the governance and nomination committee for Flutter. What are your, beyond being an independent director of those other 3 companies, what committee assignments might you chair?
So for Coca-Cola Euro Pacific, I chair the compensation committee. And for Compass PLC, I also chair the compensation committee. I don't chair any of those other 3 boards. I do chair those 2 committees, though.
And could you just remind me, who is the outside auditor of Flutter?
KPMG.
Out of which office?
Dublin, historically, but as we've moved our listing to the US and we now provide GAAP results, we increasingly get support from the US New York office.
Good. Thank you for that. I'm always interested in watching, busy people can always manage to do more things, but, even though, NASDAQ might have guidance rules, but many companies do limit that, more strictly than the, governing rules of the exchanges. And again, I'm satisfied you have a bandwidth to do this. You've proven that in your capacity and your past lives and CEOs and of some of the largest companies on this planet. And I don't know if Kellogg makes Cheerios, but you certainly have your breakfast cereal in the morning.
Maybe not Cheerios, but plenty others. I appreciate the comments.
What's the Kellogg equivalent of Cheerio?
Cornflakes, Raisin Bran, Special K, Mini Wheats.
We'll call it Special K after Krolicki.
Okay. Oh, geez.
Your citizenship, I heard moans, my apologies. Your citizenship is interesting to me. Both your wife and you not only were born in Australia and thus your accent, but you had quite a life there. You had military service, and yes, you moved to Michigan and did these things. But could you talk about your pathway to U.S. citizenship?
So I went to business school in the US and then moved back to Australia to work, to be a consultant. Since my two clients were Kellogg and Coca-Cola, all paths lead to the United States for companies like that. So when I joined Kellogg full time, I joined as a vice president, which was in the United States, and really all my roles for Kellogg were in the United States. So I've been a resident of Michigan since 1998. Which is where I still live today.
And this is a bit of a digression, but in your financials, as a former state treasurer who believed and helped pioneer the 529 programs, you are perhaps the most funded 529 family I have ever encountered. I think in 6 kids, congratulations. You do eat your Raisin Bran. Keeps you busy. But I think most of your kids, except Chloe and Peter, are out of college, but they're remaining 529 funds. So I'm just curious. I think Michigan has a $500,000 limit on contributions. I appreciate it's probably just market growth that now violates that. So again, good on all of you. But are you rolling these 529s into Roth IRAs, or how are you going to handle that overfunding?
I have not made any decisions on that. The oldest two actually just graduated from Columbia Business School, so they're now completed. The third child just completed her PA program, so she's now a physician's assistant, which will require ongoing education. And then I'm hopeful that my fourth son will go to business school as well. And then my youngest just got accepted to the University of Chicago. So I am only halfway through the process of using up the 529 accounts, so we'll see where they end up. And I live in hope of having grandchildren, so we'll see if any of that arrives in the future as well.
Good for you. You can transfer them to first cousins too. And when you said University of Chicago, I think I just read last week that the University of Chicago is indeed the #1 most expensive in terms of tuition school in the United States of America. Is that, gotta love that, right? As a dad who just put a couple kids through college, I can feel the pain.
I think he will put a big dent into his 529 account by the time he's done. Yes.
Well, 10 grand more than Harvard. Good on you. Good on him. And just because it was amusing to me, I appreciate the bouncer skills, license that you had once upon a time. I suspect they serve you exceedingly well, past, present, and perhaps future. So I like that. So, Mr. Bryant, I have no issues about your suitability to be a director and the chairman for Flutter. You have an exquisite CV, whether it's academic, life, military, C-suite, and I think they're very fortunate to have you. I've met multiple members of your team and have always come away incredibly impressed, including with your Nevada council. But, tone at the top is important. And I assume since you've been there for several years, the decency, the smarts, the dedication, and the open dialogue that your team has had with Nevada regulators, as much as I can see in these meetings, I appreciate that. And it's a tribute to you and your leadership and your board. And again, caliber is terribly important. And I think Flutter's done an exquisite job, at least with this commissioner, in having, the appropriate courtesies and disclosures that are necessary for a licensee in Nevada. So I support that. My questions you can probably anticipate, and Madam Chair, I'm sorry to be taking some time here, but I didn't know I was going first, but it's just important to get it out there. Flutter has very publicly entered into a contractual arrangement with CME, another extraordinary institution and proud exchange in the United States. I used to have a Series 3 commodities license and know that world well. And Mr. Duffy certainly speaks for himself, but nevertheless, you remain contractually associated with CME as speculation is not the right word perhaps, but of the prediction markets are out there. And to be candid, at this International Association of Gaming Regulator meeting, I have many colleagues from not only the United States, but from 92 countries around the world. And when the agenda was printed, perhaps 6 weeks ago, the prediction market was chatter, but it wasn't worthy of an agenda because the billions of dollars of market cap that have accreted here in the past, month even, was not an issue. But I assure you that the conversations behind closed doors and at the receptions highlights in an extraordinary way the prediction market and what it all means. We have spent days talking about accountability, about licensing, about KYC issues, about problem gaming, about geolocating, all of these things that, at least to my understanding, the prediction markets, I'll be aggressive with my word, but literally disregard because they're not licensees of the states that think these things are important. Can you discuss in your partnership with the CME folks and in fact your role, what kind of safety and protocols and KYCs and underage gambling, but all of the things that we worry about every day, and our licensees must comply and worry about every day. But what arrangements will be made with CME should they move forward? And again, I know this isn't you, it's not your company, but you have a contract with them. So have you discussed with CME the safeguards that they might put in place should they move forward into the prediction market area?
Commissioner Krolicki, I think I'll start and I'll ask Mr. Bryant to jump in if I miss anything or if he should add. So first, I want to thank you for your comments. The company has sought to be very thoughtful about its approach with the partnership of CME Group and certainly believes in the candor and making sure that the board and the commissioners are aware of what its approach is as it moves through this process. And as you know, it's an ever-evolving area. One of the reasons that the company chose CME Group was because the CME Group is a long-standing company that has a track record of compliance and consumer protection. In this case, the company certainly in its existing business believes that responsible gaming and all of those measures are very important on the sports betting and the iGaming side. It plans to have similar types of protections, including consumer protection, reviewing and understanding customers, and all of those other measures, including geofencing and separating things by states, as it moves through this joint venture with the CME Group. As you might anticipate, there isn't really anything that the company is able to announce publicly at this stage as to what exactly that looks like, either on a state-by-state or a market-by-market basis, but that's the general approach they're going into this with.
Thank you. I don't really have anything more to add to that. Just to comment that, our focus on compliance is absolute, and our relationship and the importance of relationship with state regulators is extremely important to us. So we'll continue to stay close with Nevada as we work our way through this.
And Mr. Bryant, I absolutely accept your comment. I believe it's authentic. I believe it's sincere. But you are in a crucible that's impossible going forward. I've already talked about market cap of companies that do not sit in front of this commission. You all are trying to do it right. You are licensed in the things you do, but the pressures from, I would guess, from shareholders, from the folks who cover you, the conflict that is arising between shareholders and regulators is profound. And, it's very difficult to, hedge for the future versus, staying regulated. I remind, and this, it's unfair to address it to you. Thank you for being in front of us. The folks who need some of the messaging aren't with us today or have never been in Nevada, but the things that we need to do going forward, prediction markets, from a state regulator standpoint, the Nevada Gaming Act, it's not lawful. It's unlawful. You understand, and again, this is a general market comment, not to you, sir. But again, it's just, I've got you in front of us, so this is the opportunity to discuss it. But the red flags, if activities are pursued, by licensees or people who are licensees who are associated with folks who are conducting activities that are beyond the scope of compliance of the Nevada Gaming Control Act, of other state jurisdictions. Nevada is famous for our slogan, "What happens in Nevada stays in Nevada." I absolutely submit to you that the conversations I've had here in Toronto with, again, most of the regulatory bodies on this planet, they will note what happens here in Nevada regarding any of our licensees who feel so compelled for shareholder pressure, for corporate survival, whatever those reasons are, they'll take note. And again, it's so unfair how some aggressions by certain companies that are litigating us, and not just the Nevada Commission and the Nevada Gaming Control Board, but we as individuals, which make it extra tasty for Mrs. Krolicki and folks around us who it's really, is that where we are today? I know that it's public knowledge that there's a court date on November 14th in federal court to perhaps revisit some prior decisions. I will leave that to the courts to figure out. It's beyond my skill set. I'm not an attorney. There are other things happening from a regulatory standpoint, perhaps in state legislatures, perhaps in Congress, but going forward, it's uncertain how the prediction markets will fare. Quite a lot of speculation to build billions of dollars of market cap when the foundation, again, is in violation with just about every state that I'm aware of that cares about these things, and certainly Nevada. So again, I just, as chairman of the board and the leader of a company, and with all the wisdom that you have, Mr. Duffy's pronouncements that perhaps as soon as December, there'll be prediction market activity, and whether it's sports betting, whether it's traditional commodity speculation outside of the CME floor, soybeans, copper, you name it, and then the exotic things. But there has been a directive issued by the Gaming Control Board subsequent to your visit with them several weeks ago, directly, covering these topics. I would urge all industry members to note what is the content of that directive, and I'm finished. So again, the business we have before us today, well, you know what, can you comment on, I've just given a speech and my apologies, but can you comment on any of the words that I've just shared with you?
I appreciate your comments. I can assure you that we're working hard with the CME to ensure that we are compliant with the laws and regulations everywhere. The CME has been around a long time. We're both gold standards in our respective industries. We want to make sure that what we do right. The issues you've raised have been discussed at the board level. We're taking our relationships with our state regulators very seriously, and we're taking our time to try to get this as right as we can. I think if more clarity in this space would be good for everybody. And I'd love to see that clarity come our way.
And Commissioner Krolicki, if I could just add, the company is very familiar with the Nevada Gaming Control Board's industry guidance. They've paid close attention to it and are committed to continuing the dialogue with the board. And I also just at this moment would like to take the opportunity to note that the company would be happy to meet with you or any other commissioner that would like to meet if they'd like to discuss in any more detail the company's current thinking or what its current plans are in a non-public forum.
And I take these comments to be, again, sincere, authentic, and difficult, for all of you. You may find yourself in an untenable position between regulators and shareholders. I hope that's not the case, and that's why clarity would behoove, all players here. I used a terrible analogy about the barn door being open and, lots of things are running out. But just because within months, this prediction market has become so big, so vast, so capitalized, so market capped, that it's too big to fail. I disagree with that. But until the courts or legislatures give this commissioner or the Nevada gaming regulatory structures, and I can't speak for that certainly, we're compelled to uphold the laws as we see fit, and that we demand of those we license and we regulate. It's for protections not only of the industry, but for the folks who visit it every day, whether it's in brick and mortar or online. Those safeguards are profoundly important, and I hope that those who make the decisions as how this business might move forward or might not move forward take all of those important issues and aspects into consideration. So again, I'm sorry to take a lot of time. Terribly important. The focus here is your suitability, and it's exemplary. You absolutely are suitable. Flutter is most fortunate, I believe, to have your services as chair and the wisdom and the counsel that you will provide. But as you move forward, you're gonna again need those bar bouncing skills, I suspect. We're watching, but we wish you and your company nothing but success. Nothing that violates, as I'm aware, our standards has yet occurred. And I just, wish you good sense and judgment as you lead your company forward, sir. Madam Chair, thank you.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments, starting?
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Bryan, thank you for being here. Ms. Okerberg, always good to see you. I think Commissioner Krylicki has truly expressed everything that so many people are thinking. But let's move forward from that. Looking at your background, though, they say that people's leadership styles in many cases, or the style of their life comes from life experiences, education, things like that influence them. And it did make me smile to read, besides the bouncer portion. You've studied war studies in Australia. You guys over there thinking you're going to go to war anytime soon. But I was curious what one studies in war studies. I assume that's the Australian version of West Point or something. You've studied cybersecurity. You have been involved in some incidents in your earlier part of your life, which could easily make a Dateline show in the United States. I think, you're almost like an underground operative, and the only thing it doesn't say is you're also a ninja. But certainly your background is very suitable for the role that you have. Congratulations on, in fact, achieving some of those milestones and those leadership positions at what would be considered a relatively young age. And certainly I'll have no hesitation in supporting your application too. I very much appreciated your response to Commissioner Krylicki's comments, as thought out at least, and I look forward to all of us having more discussions on this in the future. Thank you for being here. That's all, Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. I know that Commissioner Krylicki covered a lot of questions and concerns we had regarding those prediction markets. So moving on, obviously you have a graduate certificate in this cybersecurity, and you recently had at least in July, a cyber incident with Paddy Power and Betfair. So I didn't know if you had any update on that, and what can you tell us about that?
The company has excellent cybersecurity controls in place, as you'd expect for an online operator. But we operate in so many different jurisdictions and so many different technology environments that there's always going to be attempts to break into the system, particularly when you have zero-day issues such as the MOVEit file transfer piece. So the good news is when this happens, we very quickly respond, recover, let consumers know what has happened. And in most cases, the vast majority of cases, there is no consumer impact from these sorts of events. So that's sort of where we stand from that event earlier this year. But, we had AWS go down earlier this week. That impacted our operations on the East Coast of the United States. So this is an ongoing critical element to the work that we do.
All right. And I saw that you previously served on boards at Macy's and Godiva. and obviously you were CEO at Kellogg. So what made you transition into gaming?
So, as you know, I'm Australian. Both of my grandfathers were involved in horse racing in Australia. My father owned part of a greyhound in Australia. So it is part of my upbringing, I guess, and an area of interest. And for me, it's the intersection of technology, data analytics, entertainment. It's a fantastic place to be, and it's early days, right? So in my past, I spent a lot of my career defending the past, being a 100-year-old company at Kellogg. In this business, it's all about creating the future. So it's about speed, agility, and action. So that's what attracted me to both the company and the industry.
Well, you have an incredible resume, and I see you've been licensed in many, many other jurisdictions here in the United States, and I'm happy to support yours as well here in Nevada. So welcome to Nevada.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Mr. Bryant, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure to meet you in person. Your resume is exquisite and you're more than qualified for the position that you are before us on. I don't have anything to add. I'm happy to support your application, but I did want to commend the company on the methodical way that they're approaching this prediction market foray. I think including the regulators in the process is not only smart, but it's going to bode well for you in the future, to have that input as you go. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't have anything to add. I think obviously you're eminently qualified and there's no one on this commission that doesn't support your application for licensing. The only thing I want to do is I want to reassure your son that the University of Chicago is not where fun goes to die.
That is their motto.
I have a sophomore there, having a great time.
Okay.
And I would urge your son to check out the undergraduate mock trial program.
All right. Thank you.
It's a very successful program. They won nationals this year, and I can't speak highly enough for the university. I want to say you get what you pay for. So with that,
You must get a
congratulations on
lot.
that. Yeah, you do get a lot of challenge there. So with that said, if nobody else has any questions or comments, I would ask if one of you has a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you for being
Congratulations.
here
Thank you.
today.
Thank
We
you so much.
appreciate your being here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 3?
Non-restricted number 3, excuse me, are the applications of Kenneth Ostampowski and Mark Hughes for licensure as a key executive and key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Chair Judge Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing with the applicants today before you. First on my right is Ken Ostampowski, and on my left is Mark Hughes. And he's here for the applications as read in the record for licensure and the positions reflected on your agenda. If you'd like, I could have each applicant give a brief recitation of their background, training experience, and each would then be happy to take questions after that.
That would be great.
Ken?
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, and commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. It is truly an honor to be here. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and spent the first 10 years of my career as a CPA in New York, and had the honor of working with the team to write the IPO for Lady Luck Gaming Corp. In the late 90s, early 2000s is where I got my start in the gaming world. And they offered me a role, and I brought my family out here to Las Vegas in the early 2000s. My youngest daughter was born here. Got acquired by a company called The Isle, who moved me to Mississippi, Louisiana.
I would ask my colleagues if any questions or comments for our applicant today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Ostampowski.
Nicole? Nicole, can you hear me? Nicole? I am speaking. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm going to reconnect.
Can you hear us, Mr. Galecki?
There we go. I can hear you now. I can't see anything other than the gaming control board shield.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, we had an internet hiccup here. Sorry about that. We're reconnecting now.
Thank you.
So they have to rejoin the room, and then we can hear him. I could hear him on my headset. Oh no, he's already here. I just talked to him. I'm here, but they have to join this to Zoom, and then.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear Carson as well? Testing, can you hear Carson as well?
We can hear you. Thank you. Mr. Galecki?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
The commissioner back to ask you questions, Ken. You'll be done.
All good. I'm easy.
Was that hiccup system wide or just me?
It was our building here for LCB.
Okay, so you stopped the hearing.
We're on a break, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I've been here a lot of times.
Okay, we're back on the record. Thank you for your patience. And Commissioner Krolicki?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have anything for Mr. Ostampowski?
I could not hear the conversation. He had started his presentation. If the question's already been asked, the Gaming Control Board asked the question as well, but just hearing how he split the time between the three different properties and his ability to juggle, if he wanted to discuss that a bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Happy to do that. It operated 14 different locations around this country, so I've always had opportunities how to best measure your time. There's 24 hours in a day, and setting priorities is important. So balancing between our team members, our guests, The strategy of the properties takes some time. The great thing is making sure you have wonderful people working for you below you. And I do indeed have that. So they are able to, you want the best of the best working for you, and they're able to handle things and bring challenges forward and trusting them in their abilities. So I try to make sure that my day starts with prioritization, and prioritization, ensure our guests are taken care of, the state of Nevada is protected, and that our guests have a remarkable experience.
At least the properties are right next door to each other. So
It does make it a little easier they're all next to each other.
As long as the weather's good it's always good in southern Nevada. No, Mr. Osumpowski, I think you've got a wonderful background. I really think that BDO accounting background serves everyone well in that kind of capacity, but I'm pleased to support your application today. I think Caesars Corporation is fortunate to have you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Hughes, very, very nice to meet you. Thank you for being here today.
Hello, Mark Hughes, currently the Senior Vice President GM for the 3 Caesars properties in Reno. Grew up in Shreveport, Louisiana. Went to the military straight out of high school in the Army. Got out and joined the National Guard and thought I wanted to be a chemical engineering, and got into gaming and realized gaming is way more fun. No 2 days alike in our industry, and it's been absolutely fabulous for me and my family. I went from Louisiana to Iowa to Maine to New Orleans. I was here at the 3 properties where Ken's currently at in a VP of Casino Ops role for 3 years, and then went to Reno about a year ago. I sit on 3 boards. I sit on the Hot August Nights trustee board. I sit on the EDAWN board, and then I'm the board president for Gigi's Playhouse, which is a Down Syndrome Achievement Center. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll open it up to my colleagues here in the South first.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your service in the military, despite the fact that you veered off and wanted to go into gaming. I know you've been licensed in a number of jurisdictions, and you're more than qualified. The only question I had is, what are your biggest challenges in operating the Row in downtown Reno?
It's interesting. I've worked in several local markets, and Reno is not just local, it's a destination market. And so working through the various things that drive not just gaming, but other entertainment dollars, through concerts. We just had our Italian Fest that if you haven't been to, you definitely need to come check out. But I don't know that I would say it's challenges as much as collaboration, getting in and been very supported in learning all the city officials and all the business leaders, and just continuing to look forward on how we can partner to drive more business into Reno.
It's a great town.
Thank you.
So thank you, and I fully support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Hughes. Thank you for being here. Your comments about Reno, and frankly, when you just mentioned you really need to get down to the Italian Fest. Why? Why? What happens?
If you love food and entertainment, then it's the spot to be. It's a great community event. We shut the street down for 2 days.
Oh.
By far the best Italian food you can get, and everyone from the community comes out, as well as people from outside. We turn it into a 7-star event, and we bring our best customers from across the country to it. And this year was one of the best we've had. So great entertainment.
You mean through the casino?
Yeah, so we
your best
actually
customers?
shut down Virginia Street.
Oh, wow.
And so this year was the 43rd one. The Chronos started at 43 years ago, and it was the 43rd annual. And so we do it every year in October. But yeah, mushroom raviolis, artichokes, anything you can imagine. There's a grape stomp if you want to do that. But a lot of entertainment for all families.
Thank you for that. I really have noted it down, but no hesitation in supporting you today, Mr. Hughes, too, with Mr. Osumpowski. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure we have any questions.
I didn't have any questions. I appreciate you being here. It's always nice to get, at least meet you in person and see a little bit of your thoughts, and, have you tell us a little bit about the property. But your background is also exquisite. I mean, you've been all over the country, and I think that creates for a really good experience set for running a property here in Las Vegas. So thank you for being here, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Hughes, a pleasure to meet you. Again, my apologies for not being there, and welcome to Northern Nevada. I'm down in Douglas County, so not too far away. And to Commissioner Marcintonis, one of the great highlights, at least pre-COVID, was the Grape Crush. So if you want to stain your feet purple for several weeks, I urge you to do the Italian Fest and partake in the Crush events. Mr. Hughes, thank you for EDON. In my past life, I spent much time working with EDON and economic development matters. They can't, you can't do it enough. We're always looking to diversify and do those kind of things and bring in extraordinary companies. So, I mean, I think it's a wonderful reflection on Caesars and the Cronos that they indulge, those activities. But thank you for just hugging the community and digging right in. I had a question about the row as well, but that's already been asked, so I will leave that alone. No, again, I'm just pleased in your presentation to the Gaming Control Board about, players coming from the Bay Area. I think you said 58%, et cetera. Bowling, that was the other thing. Yeah, the bowling, center was a very big deal, still is, but how do you said you've discovered bowling in the last year. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I got there mid-September, and by end of September, we were hosting bowlers. We brought in the top captains from USBC to understand how we could grow the USBC tournament. Glad to say that we're expecting over 50,000 people to come into Reno this year. USBC just announced an extension through 38 that's going before the city council. So once we get that signed out, that'll give us a couple more. And so our goal is to continue to grow that. We think that this could be the biggest year we've seen in Reno since 2016. And so we continue to work very close with RSCVA. Chad Peters is leading the bowling center now. And so we're excited about not just what USBC is going to bring, but other events that we're leading into there.
And your answer was exactly what I had hoped for, just for some of my colleagues who may not be as familiar. But that bowling center is economic juggernaut for the row and the city of Reno. So no, it's a people made a wise decision many years ago. Little controversial at the time, but it's been stewarded in a way that has just been a remarkable positive for the community. I absolutely support your application today. Congratulations to you. Again, the Cronos have made a wonderful decision to indulge the things that you're doing extracurricularly, but I think that all comes back home for your company and the properties that you're supervising. So pleased to support your application.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I think at this time for our applicants, it would be in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3. I'm sorry. My mic was off. I move for approval of restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Sorry, she said restricted, item number 3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought I said non-restricted. Sorry, I might have missed it. I can remake it. I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything today, and it was a pleasure meeting you both.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Giordano.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 4?
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Tammy Smith for licensure as a key employee at Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Board members. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. With me to my right is Tammy Smith, and we're before you today on non-restricted item number 4, which is Ms. Smith's application for licensure as a key employee as a General Manager for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. Ms. Smith is prepared to give the same affirmative presentation that she gave to the board if it pleases the commission, and otherwise is happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Good morning. Thank you, guys. Thank you for allowing me here today. My name is Tammy Smith, and I've been a resident of Las Vegas since 2011 and have been employed with NRSI for 14 years. What initially drew me to this company was the family feel that it exudes. After being employed with the company, I learned that it wasn't only at patron level, but also employee level. I have spent most of my adult life working with this company, and coming from a small town, I appreciate the familiarity it has at all levels. Most of the milestones in my adult life coincide with my career at Nevada Restaurant Services. In fact, my water broke with my youngest son while we were in the middle of opening a new location. I was only hours away from having a Dottie's baby. I started out as a bartender with this company and have worked my way up through different levels of management. I was a bartender for just over 4 years, and when my oldest son started kindergarten, at that time I decided I was ready to take on a different role and applied for a position as an assistant manager. I have since grown through multiple levels of management with the company, resulting in my current position as GM. Although it requires a great deal of work, one of the things I enjoy most about this position is the flexibility it allows, giving me an opportunity to be able to balance a work and home life routine. I am a very family-oriented person, and to be able to succeed both work and mom life is a huge accomplishment of mine. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues, open it up for comments. Commissioner Markintonis?
Thank you for being here. Ms. Smith, I have to say that when I heard you in front of the Gaming Control Board, of course, and even all of the information that we have, you have a huge tenacity, it seems to me. The way, the obstacles that you have encountered in your life and how you've now stand in front of us where you have 7 store managers, 44 locations.
Yes.
And in the meantime, there were the 2 young children as well.
Yes.
You didn't complete college schooling, which, by the way, nor did I, so I certainly do not hold that against you. But I want to say congratulations for what you have actually achieved.
Thank you.
And it takes a strong personality to succeed in this manner, particularly with all of the competition one can have as well. I'll have no hesitation in supporting you today, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Thank you, Chair.
Any of my fellow commissioners?
I'll just dovetail on what Commissioner Marcantonus said. It's really impressive how you worked your way up from bartender to where you are now as a manager, GM. And I loved your story, the labor story as well, because it just shows how women can multitask. She's working, she's having a baby, it's all going. And it really says a lot about your character and, as he said, your tenacity. So congratulations. I fully support your application. So good luck.
Ms. Smith, thank you for being here. I echo the compliments and just commend you on making a good life for yourself and your 2 young children. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Smith, you are indeed an inspiration. I think that was a word used during the Gaming Control Board meeting, but good on you. Lord knows how you pull it all together and do all those things, but you know, it's a remarkable story, and I enthusiastically support your application today for suitability.
Thank you.
As do I.
The
It's really
employee.
impressive.
Yeah.
Really impressive. So at this time, I would ask if one of my colleagues has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of non-restricted item number 4, as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations. And thank you for being here again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Secretary, at this time, could you please read in to the record non-restricted number 7?
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Ofer Saloni for licensure and or finding of suitability as a key executive and or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the Nevada Gaming Commission, Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Evoke and the applicant, Mr. Ofer Saloni. I believe he is connecting with us via video.
I believe he just needs to speak, and then we will see him.
Sir?
Now it's working, you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good
Let me
morning.
begin by thanking you, Chair Tagliati, for allowing him to appear by video. He is joining us today from Israel. I'd also like to thank the commission for your confidence that he would do so in a professional manner. Thank you very much for allowing this. Also joining me today is Harinder Gill. He is the Chief of Risk and Automated Intelligence Director for Evoke. And also behind us is Mr. Matt Checha. He's joining us today from Malta. He is the Director of Global AML. As the commission is aware, earlier this month, we appeared before the board, at which time Mr. Gill, Mr. Checha, and the U.S. Director of Compliance, Ms. Laura Bird, appeared to discuss specifically the compliance audit. At that time, they expressed their regret for the issues that had occurred at the beginning of the audit and provided the assurance to the board that going forward, those issues would no longer continue. And most important, they gave the board and the commission the assurance that they respect the importance of regulatory relationships, that is a priority to the company, and that the board and commission would not see any acts akin to what they had seen previously, like I said, going forward. What I'd like to do with the chair's permission and the commission's permission is proceed with the introduction of Mr. Saloni's application. And then thereafter, Mr. Gill would like to make a brief statement on behalf of the company in support of the application and also a brief announcement relative to UNLV. And I'll do the introduction if that's okay, Your Honor.
Sure.
Just wanted to make sure that I could proceed that way unless you had any questions specifically that you'd like to ask. Okay. I'd also note, and again, I apologize for not doing so earlier, following the board meeting, I did reach out to Chair Tagliati relative to whether or not Ms. Bird needed to appear before the commission. She did not think it was necessary, and therefore I submitted a request for a waiver of her appearance, which was granted. But as always, we're happy to answer any questions, and then if there is additional information that's needed following the commission meeting, we'll be happy to supplement that. At this time, members of the commission, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the applicant, Mr. Offer Salini. As noted by Madam Secretary, he appears before you today as the Director of Engineering and Gaming for Evoke. He is also the Chief Technology Officer for 888 US Limited and 888 US Services. As noted, Mr. Salini resides in Israel. He was born and raised there. He served in the Israeli Air Force at a level of Sergeant Major, and after 4 years of service, he was honorably discharged. Thereafter, he attended the University of Tel Aviv, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in both computer science and economics. He has been with Evoke since 2014. Actually, at that time, it was 888 Holdings, which, as noted, it's the entity now known to the commission as Evoke. And he served in various technology and engineering positions since that time before elevating to the position that he's in now as the Director of Engineering and Gaming. Mr. Salini and his wife will celebrate 30 years of marriage this December, and they share 3 children together. And I would note for the commission that when we were preparing for today's meeting and going through his application, I specifically asked him what was he the most proud of, and without question or any hesitation, he said his family. And so, members of the commission, it is my pleasure to introduce you to Mr. Salini. He will give you a further background with respect to his professional and his duties and responsibilities, specifically with Evoke and 888 companies. Mr. Salini.
Good morning, Chairman Tagliati and members of the Commission. My name is Offer Salini. As Kimberly said, I'm the Director of Engineering for Gaming and Data for Evoke Group and CTO for the 888 services in the US. I would first like to thank you for allowing me to join remotely and for considering my application. I am licensed in several jurisdictions in Europe and in the US. I found the process here in Nevada to be professional and thorough, and I would like to thank Senior Agent Thompson for the work in that matter. I joined 888, as I said, in 2014 as VP Gaming, and since then I served in several roles. Always in charge of engineering and till the merger with William Hill and my current position. I overlook the development of our roadmap initiative as well as the quality of our systems. I live in Israel with my wife and 3 kids, and I'm ready to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. We appreciate that presentation, and I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki this time, if you're ready.
I am. Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Ms. Maxon, always a pleasure to see you, and welcome Mr. Saloni. We are both participating virtually today and certainly understand. And you're in Tel Aviv today, is that what I heard?
Yeah, it's a city close to Tel Aviv. It's called Hod HaSharon. Yeah.
Oh, I actually know where that, I had the pleasure of studying for a year up in Haifa. So, Mashlumcha, Gardi Be'ezah Shana Achat.
Thank you.
Toda.
You can spell that later for the court reporter, Commissioner Krolicki.
I will. It's all very nice. No, it's one of the great experiences, and have nothing but, sensitivities to the complexity of your world and your neighborhood. Watching the Gaming Control Board meeting was noteworthy. I don't plan to revisit some of the stern conversation, but I appreciate Evoke's response and answers during the meeting. Ms. Maxon, I think you have guided the company well, so we won't go back, but certainly compliance is an extremely important matter to this commissioner and this commission. And I believe that's all been established. But in terms of your application and suitability and background, I think you're immensely qualified, and I'm delighted to support the application in front of us. And beyond that, certainly appreciate the commitment by Evoke and its team and Ms. Hurd and other folks in the C-suite, that they will certainly be attempting to be more timely in future conversations and any inquiries that the Gaming Control Board might have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Saloni, thank you for being with us virtually. Is he up there? I think you discussed it a little bit during the board meeting, but can you tell me a little bit more about how you're conducting your business? I understand you travel quite a bit to other locations.
Yeah, so I travel mostly to Krakow and Bucharest, where my teams are based. Basically, my teams are based in Israel, Krakow and Bucharest, and I'm traveling to the UK. I am controlling the activities via regular routines by which we follow up anything which is happening within my organization. It will either be done by myself or by my direct reports in order to make sure that things are on track, and if something moves out of it, or there is a risk, that we identify it early. I'm doing it for quite many years. So I started my way in the high-tech industry 30 years ago, or almost 30 years ago, in 1995. In Converse, it used to be a global communication company. Over the years, you develop your way of doing things so that you can do things in an efficient manner and maintain the right quality. I do travel from time to time. It's not in order to control the day-to-day activities, but mainly in order to maintain some personal relationship with the teams, and to be able to get some unofficial insights into how things are going, what things should be improved, etc.
Do you have, is your technology team principally at the locations that you mentioned?
Yeah, so the locations are Israel, Krakow, Bucharest, and Leeds in the UK.
Okay. How do you address the needs of your U.S. activities, without having technology personnel physically located in the United States?
So basically, since it's an online activity, we are able to do the vast majority of these things remotely. In case it is needed, we either send engineers locally, or we are using different solutions that will allow us to overcome the distance. But in most cases, it's not required. Basically, the important part is to make sure that the compliance requirements are understood, implemented, and maintained throughout the change management process that could be resulting from other activities that we are doing. And I think that over the years, we learned how to avoid mistakes. You can never be fully 100% sure. But over the years, you learn how to do it, how to maintain it, and how to plan properly so that you are not surprised.
Okay. Do you have office locations in the countries that you have your technology team, or do they also work remotely?
We have offices.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So does most of your team work in office and then you just support them remotely?
We work in a hybrid mode. So part of the time in the office and part of the time work from home. I think it's a change started obviously with the pandemic in 2020. And now we are working in a hybrid mode. We try to encourage teams to meet in the office because at the end of the day, this personal interaction is extremely important.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being with us today, and I don't have any other questions for you, and I'm happy to support your application. I did have a question, Mr. Gill. I also didn't want to belabor the comments that were made during the board meeting, but I do hope that you take them to heart. The response that I saw I watched the meeting remotely, but the response I saw from Ms. Bird was not appropriate. I mean, she didn't seem to appreciate, that how she was coming across, and the fact that, her attempting to lead the audit or the compliance team's efforts is completely inappropriate. I mean, the board chooses, how they're going to conduct an audit, and, we expect the licensee to support that and to facilitate that. You're not the only company that we have that operates all over the world. So while I understand that poses challenges, it's not an excuse. And I felt like all we heard was excuses from the company with regards to how that was conducted. So I hope we can put that behind us and the audit is successful. I did have a question as to your independent board member. Have you identified somebody to replace him?
Yes, that's correct. So we intend to appoint Mark Summerfield, who's a member of the Evoke board already. We intend to appoint Mark Summerfield, who's already a member of the Evoke board. He's also a member of our Nevada Compliance Committee as well. And we believe that he's suitably qualified to be the chairperson of the Compliance Committee.
Okay, is he also an independent member of the committee?
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right, I didn't have any further questions. Thank you for being here. Thank
you. Green light on. Mr. Saloni, thank you for your presentation today and also at the board. I appreciate that. I really didn't have any too many just one question. I see you've been licensed all over, globally. I just was curious because of your position as the Chief Technology Officer with Boyd and now this week OXO having had cybersecurity incidents. Is there anything that you can share from Evoke's view about what happened here and how to prevent this for Evoke?
So we are our security team is constantly monitoring everything around cybersecurity in order to learn and to see whether we need to adapt our solutions or procedures as a result of it. We are in contact with several cybersecurity companies and third-party product providers in order to make sure that our sites are as secured as possible. As I think mentioned also in the discussion before, it's hard to be 100% protected, but efforts are being made in order to make sure that we minimize the chances.
Thank you. I have no hesitation in supporting your application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Chair, Mr. Saloni, I echo the thoughts of my fellow commissioners. I will say that I'm not sure I would have supported this application at the Gaming Control Board if I was there. So I was particularly very irritated and agitated by how the whole conversation that Judge Assad particularly latched onto in that presentation. I'd like to think, as some of my fellow colleagues have said, we've moved on from that. I hope that was a lesson and learned by the company. We have a very low tolerance for people who will take for granted anything when the Gaming Control Board or the Commission has processes and we expect things from people, we expect them. It's not a game. So please know that I will support it today. But, you know, these things are not to be taken for granted, and hopefully we can move forwardly very positively. That's all I have, Chair, and thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
one more question for Mr. Saloni, please.
Sure.
Just inquiring, Mr. Saloni, were you part of the IDF Unit 8200?
No, I was part of the Air Force.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Saloni, I feel like, you know, a little bit of what happened with the audit is kind of taken away from your application as far as your qualities, your integrity, honesty, and fitness to be a Nevada gaming licensee, your abilities professionally, your professional successes. And to the extent that that has happened, it's unfortunate because you are eminently qualified to be in the position that you are, and you are obviously, you know, your application and your licensing and what we actually have on the agenda today. I just don't want you, you know, I feel like it's been a bit overshadowed as we've gone, as you've gone through this process. And so, you know, certainly not suggesting that the questions before the board of the company and all the folks that spoke to those issues aren't important at all. I'm just saying that, you know, we do appreciate you being here. I think that I don't think that there's anyone here that doesn't, on the commission, if I could step out on the limb there and speak for my colleagues, that doesn't think that you're qualified and appreciate what you bring to the table to your company. So congratulations for that and on a successful career. And so I think unless my colleagues have any questions or comments for you, I support your application and I intend to support that in the vote. But at this time, we're going to shift away and as Ms. Maxson Rushton mentioned, address the other issues that you wanted to address.
Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair and members of the commission, at this time, I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Gill, who is again going to make a brief statement. 1, in support of the application, 2, the announcement that I made, and 3, comments with respect to the audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So my name is Harinder Gill. I'm the Chief Risk and Intelligent Automation Officer for Evoke, based in London in the United Kingdom. I'm responsible for leading our global risk and compliance teams. I'm a member of the Evoke executive team and I report directly to our group CEO. So firstly, thank you for considering Mr. Saloni's application. He's a hugely valuable part of our global technology function, and the company is very lucky to have him within our organization. I appear before you today to acknowledge Evoke's commitment to addressing and correcting the issues that arose during the compliance audit. More importantly, I want to assure the board and the commission that our engagement with Nevada going forward will be respectful, will be professional, and will be conducted in a timely and appropriate manner. To further demonstrate this, we did send letters of apology to Chief Crowley and the audit team, including a letter from Ms. Bird herself. We were, fortunate that Chief Crowley graciously accepted those letters. But I want to say again here, as we said in the letters, we apologize, Ms. Bird, myself, and Evoke Management for the way that we engaged with the audit team, and it will not happen again. But we apologize, and I apologize unequivocally for that. So I just want to make sure that's very clearly stated and on the record. I also fully recognize that actions are more important than words. And so as we near the completion of the audit, I spoke again to Chief Crowley last week, and I'm pleased that there are no material issues being identified so far from a compliance perspective. And of course, Chief Crowley audit team will continue their work and finish in due course, but I'm pleased that's the case so far. I was also pleased to hear directly his feedback that my team is now engaging with him in a positive manner, in a timely manner. And so I'm pleased with that feedback from Chief Crowley in relation to our engagement with him more recently and with his team. So I think we've turned the corner and put the issues behind us. Having said that, it is important that we retain the trust of all of our regulators, including our most important regulators, such as the Nevada Board and Commission. So again, I just want to reiterate my personal commitment, as well as that of Evoke, that we'll continue to engage in a respectful, professional, and timely manner going forward. Last but not least is a practical example of Evoke's commitment to responsible gambling. I'm actually quite excited to announce that we have recently become a founding member of an artificial intelligence research program with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where a key focus will be responsible gambling. So I'm really proud to say that we are investing $300,000 with that institution that we think very, very highly of. And so again, it's an example of something we've done in the last few months, more recently, but it's just an example of our commitment to responsible gambling, our commitment to Nevada, and our commitment to doing the right thing going forward. Again, for the avoidance of doubt, I apologize for what happened in the past. I believe it is in the past. We've moved on, and I welcome Chief Crowley and team's appreciation of that as well. So with that, thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for your time today.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments in light of that? All right. Then we will go back to what's on the agenda, which is the applicant's application. And if someone has a motion, then we can vote on it.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. Congratulations on your license in Nevada.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Lawrence Woodhouse for licensure as a key executive at Neo Games Solutions, LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning. Again, Chair Tagliati, Judge Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Lawrence Woodhouse, who is to my right. If you'd like, Madam Chair, we can have him give a very brief description of his background, training, experience, then answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Togliatti, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, good morning. Thank you for having me. As Mr. Giordino mentions, my name is Lawrence Woodhouse. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Aristocrat Interactive, which is the digital real money gaming division of Aristocrat, formed recently partly as a result of the Neo Games acquisition by Aristocrat. I've been at the organization a little over a year now. Prior to joining the group, after qualifying as an accountant with PwC, I've spent most of my career in technology and tech-driven businesses, predominantly in the travel and hospitality industry, and more recently, education technology space, where I've worked across a number of different finance functions, different roles and responsibilities working in both scale-up environments as well as large multinational global organizations. And I've been fortunate enough to be part of teams that have scaled businesses similar to what we're trying to do here at Interactive. So that I'll hand over to you if you have any further questions.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here and the opportunity to meet you. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues.
Mr. Woodhouse, I didn't have any questions. I'm happy to meet you, and I think your application is very straightforward, very qualified, and happy to support it.
An excellent background for an excellent company as well, if I may say. Congratulations on all of your achievements to date. I will be very happy to support you too. There's no further questions that I have on your background today, Mr. Woodhouse. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. Concur with my colleagues. I had a couple questions of just maybe you want to tell us or expand a little bit about Sherristy Limited, your director of the company, your outside directorships. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that came about during the pandemic where I was looking at different options myself, and I was helping a friend out as part of his launch of that organization. So Sharesy is a platform that enables local people to book local kind of community centers, church spaces, halls for anything, whether it's yoga, whether it's birthday parties and all sorts. So it's kind of an Airbnb for schools and community centers to rent out their spaces. It's quite community based. It gives the opportunity for local residents to have new spaces there, as well as hopefully an additional revenue stream for schools and places of worship, etc. So yeah, I was just helping him out at the start just to get things set up from a finance point of view. Mm-hmm. More recently, I've just been working alongside him from a kind of non-executive perspective alongside that. So kind of once a quarter, I check in and give a little bit of input. That's about it right now.
And how's it going?
It's going pretty well. I think, yeah, we've got a lot of sites. It's all hard with any startup, but I think he's gaining a lot of momentum. We've got a lot of sites. We're kind of going borough by borough within London primarily, but expanding out across the UK and hopefully further beyond.
It's a good idea. And maybe more of your involvement with Sabri Holdings when you worked in Texas. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to come. That was their head office, Sabre. So Sabre is a big technology organization supporting the travel industry. They make booking platforms for travel agencies as well as reservation systems for airlines and hotel chains. So I had the opportunity to move to the US as being part of the group, and I worked in both the Treasury department there and then in M&A. And I think it was, a really valuable experience personally and professionally for sure.
Well, I mean, your resume is great, and I'm happy to support your application. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Togliatti. Mr. Woodhouse, it is indeed a pleasure to see you today, and sorry I'm not there in person. You're impeccably qualified. I love your CV. I've already given a shout out to having the accounting background, but PwC and being a chartered accountant, the Institute, and I'll even give LSE. Sometimes I disagree with their philosophies, but London School of Economics is a good place to be too. I know you live in London, but where's Broomfield Road?
Broomwood Road, where I live, you mean?
Yes.
It's in Clapham in southwest London.
Okay. So by Putney Bridge and Hammersmith?
Yeah, a little bit along the river from there, exactly.
Perfect. No, it's a charming place. Go to the Duke's Head for me. No, and I think you testified to the Gaming Control Board, the C-suite operations. You report directly to the CEO, is that correct?
So I report currently now to the CFO, the group CFO, Sally Denby. That was a change partway through the year. So I was reporting into Moti Malul, who was the CEO of the division. Obviously, very solid dotted line into the commercial CEO, of course, but my reporting line is to the group CFO.
Okay, thank you. Aristocat is a powerhouse. It's such an impressive place, and I know you're just a piece of it, but good on you and good on them for having you as part of it. I intend to fully and enthusiastically support your application today.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions or comments. I echo the comments of my colleagues. Very qualified, clean application, and I very pleased to support it. So at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break for the court reporter and for anyone else who might need to come for break at this time. It is 11:41. Actually, let's come back at 11:50 and we'll power through. Thank you. Okay. We're on standby and now we're on air. Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear us?
I certainly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted number 9. Could you please read that item into the record?
Non-restricted number 9 are the applications of John Eder, Patrick Miller, and Christopher Balaban for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
We do. Madam Chair, I had a pushed it. Okay. Went off. I had a disclosure with respect to this item. I've known Mr. Miller's family for over 20 years as our kids all came up through the Catholic school system. His family currently lives in the same community as I do and have for approximately the last 5 years, I believe. I don't believe the relationship rises to the level of mandatory disclosure, so I'm raising it only out of an abundance of caution. I have no pecuniary interest in the item before us, nor do I have any information about the item before us other than what was presented to the board and to the commission. I do not believe that the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be affected by this relationship, and I intend to participate and vote on this item.
Thank you.
Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, Frank Schreck, Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck. I'm representing the 3 applicants. I would like to introduce them and then ask the chair to see which order you would like them to appear. On my far left is Christopher Balaban, who is the CFO of Dreamscape Flamingo Road Management, Inc., which is the operator, or LLC, which is the operator. Next to him is Patrick Miller, who is the president and CEO of the licensee. To my immediate left is Mr. John Eder, who is the CFO and president of Dreamscape Companies, Inc., which is the indirect owner of the licensee. And then to far right is Jorge Morales, who is the general counsel for the licensee. So I would defer to the chairman to see which of the individuals you would like to have come forward.
Start in order. I mean,
Okay.
come on. No, let's start over here.
Start here, Chris.
In the order you were introduced.
This is Chris Balaban. And I'd like him to, if the chair would like a brief
Please.
history of his background.
Please.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners, and thank you for having me here again. I was here most recently about 3 years ago for my application up in the Reno market. So privileged and happy to have been in both of those great cities. My gaming career started from a gaming perspective at the Atlantis in the Bahamas in 1998, but I've always had an affinity for hospitality. So it was actually a pot washer starting off as a kid, working my way through high school and then through college. Traversed the country, working at different operations, opening properties, helping properties improve themselves. I think I found a home here in Nevada. So happy to be here and would like to open up the questions to the commissioners, please.
I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki this time, if he's ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Balaban, good morning to you. Now you've got tremendous experience. I love how varied it is. I really have no concerns. I think it's an exciting opportunity for you. I think it's a wonderful decision by Dreamscape, and I'm delighted to support your application as a key executive today.
Here in Las Vegas, do any of you have any questions or comments?
I do not have any questions or comments, but thank you for being here.
Not too many, but you started in the Atlantis and the Bahamas?
Yes.
So that would preceded me by about 7 years. And you were a pot washer there?
Not there, no. I was at Financial Analyst there. I started off.
I was gonna say that a pot washer at that property, it would be a very exhausting job, as most of us well know. But so a financial analyst, and that is the groundwork for the rest of your career, which is an excellent background as we've gone through. You have all appeared before us in different forms at different times, whether it's in Northern Nevada or here. But I certainly am supportive of your application today, Mr. Balaban. It's a very strong background, and you will have a big responsibility as we move forward with that property, because there's a lot of anticipation and excitement for it, and we need to have properties functioning on all engines in this town right now. Thank you, Chair.
I'll echo the comments of my colleague. Obviously, you've just been licensed and you're more than qualified, especially your experience is great. So I just had a question as to maybe your involvement in your Lake Tahoe investment with Paddle House and what that was involved. That looked really interesting. Of course, anything Lake Tahoe is interesting.
Yeah, I think the interesting part about that is actually how I got involved with it. I'm not the traditional CFO was sitting in an office. I was actually walking the floor one day. And a gentleman, you see that typical guest kind of look around this way. And I said, "Sir, can I help you? What are you looking for?" And he says, "I was looking for Chickies and Pete's." So I walked him over there. And in that 1 minute interaction, we got to know each other. And somehow from a friend of a friend, that's how I met Jared, the partner there. And that's how I ended up with the coffee shop in Tahoe.
Wow.
So just an interesting meeting, but no relationship to the gentleman or even his other person. Jared and I met, and the coffee shop it's doing okay. As you know, with the Tahoe, it's up and down, and looked at the financials just the other day, and you could definitely tell that it is wintertime coming in. So sales are where they are.
Well,
But
thank
it's
you
fun.
again for being here, and I fully support your application.
Thank you.
I don't have any additional questions or comments.
Okay, no comments from you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
This is Patrick Miller, who is the president CEO of the licensee.
Still good morning.
Good morning. Yes, still good morning. Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Thank you, commissioners, for letting me be here. I'm excited to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm born and raised here in the great state of Nevada. Grew up here in Las Vegas. After my formal schooling, came back, started at a line level position with then Mirage Resorts, and continued my career with that company through various acquisitions for almost 28, just over 28 years, doing various roles, great career. After I finished with MGM Resorts, got a chance to try and do something else different with the Rio, and kind of what I was known for back at MGM was kind of working on property renovations, and look to bring Rio back to life. To Commissioner Mark Antonius's comment, bringing Rio back to life is exciting, and being an ability to be there. So I welcome your questions.
Well, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues.
Mr. Miller, thank you for being here. You forgot to mention that you are from Notre Dame. So congratulations. Much better than USC. I'm just teasing him. Member Assad gave him a hard time about USC at the board meeting, so I had to defend the Irish. Tell me a little bit about your challenges that you've faced since you took over the Rio.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Rio is a long time property in Las Vegas, and kind of born and bred here by a great family that created it. And that's almost just over 35 years ago, that property. So anytime you have a property of that age, you've got to make sure you have capital reinvestment. And I think that's what's exciting about Dreamscape coming in and new ownership coming in, is because that's kind of their principal property. And I think what probably didn't happen in its history was it got folded into the portfolio of many properties of larger companies. And so that central focus on one entity and how do you bring this back to life? It's certainly an amazing complex. It's 90 acres. It's got a lot of things going on, huge convention space, lots of rooms. So it's a big property. So that the challenge of obviously having an older property, bringing back is one. I think the other side of it is the brand itself, making sure that people know Rio is still there, that it needs to come back and be relevant in the Las Vegas market. Certainly being off strip is slightly seen as a disadvantage, but it's also an advantage for many if you brand it and market it in the right way. We are a great value property, especially in light of how I think the world sees Las Vegas right now, and that people are looking for those deals and those opportunities. And I think Rio provides that. So certainly challenges, but I think there's a great path forward for the property.
Yeah, it's such a big, beautiful property and a great piece of real estate. So I think knowing where to start would be my biggest challenge. What's your target demographic? I seem to be hearing more about it from the younger
Well, that's
crowd.
great.
So-
It's great to hear that people are hearing about the Rio. As you bring things back and new capital elements online, is making sure appealing to a lot of demographics. And Rio sits, you've got convention business, which is the business traveler. You've got a great local following, certainly in that small area around Rio, the neighborhoods around Rio. So you've got a lot of Chinatown is right in that area. We do a lot of local baccarat play as well. But we're also a destination for locals if you have enough amenities and outlets on there. And that's what we're trying to focus on as well, is bringing some of that back. We just opened up a new steakhouse this last week that I think has got a great view, the best view of Las Vegas, and a local chef that came in there. So trying to find those elements that's maybe a little different than what you'll find on the Strip. And I think that demographic, like everything in Las Vegas, ebbs and flows and around what's coming into Las Vegas based on convention or seasonality of events. Rodeo, we do a big rodeo job, but we also, we welcome everybody for New Year's Eve, et cetera. So it's a little bit of everything. Certainly, if I have described it, it's in that value component of, and I say value, it is not a high priced property. We've got some amazing suites, but for the most part, it sits in the mid-range.
Okay. During your 28 plus years at MGM, was most of that spent in Nevada, or were you abroad for a while?
It was all in Nevada. So
Okay.
various properties throughout the Las Vegas Strip.
Okay, for some reason, I thought you were in Singapore.
Never had that chance.
Okay, great. I also wanted to just thank you for your service to Catholic Charities and Cristo Rey, Mountain View. Those are all great. And obviously Bishop Moorman, those are all great community institutions that are worthy of support. They do a lot of good for the community. So thank you for that. I have no other questions for you. Thank you so much. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Marcantonis of Silver.
Yeah. Mr. Miller, a launch date. Do you have, obviously a big deal with the marketing program for anything that happens in Las Vegas is when there's all the stuff that goes around a monstrous launch like yours, and yours is really Back to the Future. This is in the late 90s when you were at the top, when I was standing there watching these floats moving around in the ceiling like everybody else was. Well, I spent more time in that wine cellar downstairs. Is that coming back?
Yeah.
And it's coming back.
So the wine cellar is actually back. So
it's back already. Does
it's
it
already
have that same? I think it had a flight, and you might have been too young then, but they had the full flight of Chateau de Chem, that wine, every single bottle for like 20, 25 years.
That is not there anymore. I think that transitioned with the sale. It definitely wasn't there when I got there.
Okay, well, somebody has it. Okay. Or somebody drank it, one or the other, but that's beside the point. So is there a launch plan for a quarter or a year when you want to say, okay, we are back 100%?
Yeah, we don't have a set time of that. As we roll out, new projects and capital, it's definitely strategic in nature of getting some key amenities that are destination things. You do have to get critical mass before you can say you're back.
Fair enough.
And I think what we're at a situation right now, we've got a majority of our rooms done. We've got, of the 2,500 rooms, 1,500 are completely renovated. There's still that 1,000, basically the kidney bean shaped Masquerade Tower still needs to be redone, and that public space down below. While there's improvements there, I think once that gets completed, there'll be a moment in time where we talk about, hey, Rio's back. But certainly we're not talking about Rio. We are an icon reborn in many ways. We still are telling the world about us because it's a great place to visit right now.
We're excited for you. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you,
Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you also for being here. You're more than qualified. I know, and I just want to thank you too for your community service here, everything with Catholic Charities, and I have no hesitation supporting your application, so thank you.
Thank you, Justice Silver.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. And if I can go backwards just for a second, I just want to tell Mr. Balaban that I am, since Commissioner Silver brought it up, it gives me the gateway. I know you're right there on that property up at Lake Tahoe. The paddle house is right next to Reagan Beach, but Sprouts is owned by dear family friends, your neighbor. So you're in a good neighborhood there. Shoulder season will soon end. Mr. Miller, I love your background. You've just grounded out. You've done it. You've earned it. You've been, you just got a wonderful CV, and it's a tribute to the industry and those who've made these decisions to elevate you and bring you forth today, to their judgment and to provide you with these new responsibilities. I'm delighted to support your application today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry about that. I know I push it and it's on and then off. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. So if no one has any additional questions or comments, thank you for being here today. I don't have any.
I'd like to reintroduce John Eder, who is as I mentioned, the CFO and president of Dreamscape Companies, Inc., which is the parent, indirect parent of the licensee. We obviously know what the major issue before this commission was. It's the same as before the board. And with the chairman's permission, Mr. Eder would like to make a statement with respect to that.
So I can say good afternoon now. First one to say that. So I'll give you a little background of myself before I do my presentation, if you will. So similar to one of your previous applicants, I was born and raised in Buffalo. Grew up there, ended up going to college in Michigan. I left after that to go to Pittsburgh to start my accounting career at Coopers & Lybrand. Gained my CPA. Did about a year with a company in doing internal audit, and then I got my first role or call into hospitality at Walt Disney World down in Orlando. Never been to Florida, but decided to try it out. Really enjoyed it, got an opportunity to really explore hospitality and learn like a master's education, honestly, in hospitality. I got a call to go then, I did that for about 3 years, served in internal audit first, then I did revenue management, and then I worked in labor management at the Magic Kingdom, and my office was actually above City Hall in the Magic Kingdom. So it's kind of a neat thing to watch and see. I got a call from a recruiter. I went down to the Atlantis. I spent 5 years traveling back and forth from Fort Lauderdale to the Bahamas. Learned a lot about, again, hospitality in a integrated resort setting, along with learning my first casino experiences. Spent 5 years there, about approximately, and then I got a call to work at Seminole Gaming with Jim Allen, who I'd worked with at Atlantis. I worked there for 20 plus years. We'll talk about that in just a moment. After that, I spent about 1.5 years working with Aon, and then started working at Dreamscape about 1.5 years ago. I'm married for 33 years plus. I have 2 children, 3 grandchildren. And so similar to the other gentleman was asked, what are you most proud of? It's absolutely, I have an incredible family, and they're supportive and they're wonderful for me. So with your consent, I'll now go through my presentation, and I'll divide it up into 3 components. First one is just a little history of my employment in Seminole Gaming. Then I'll talk about what's called the request for proposal process, which is within the realm, and you'll figure out how I integrate it in, and then the facts surrounding my termination, if that's okay. Okay. So just my employment history. Prior to joining, as I mentioned, I worked with Jim Allen, the CEO of Seminole Gaming and Seminole Hard Rock Holdings at Atlantis and Bahamas. After he left, he joined Seminole Gaming. He gave me a call and asked me to join him there. My employment started in June of 2002 and lasted through July of 2022, in 20 years in the same company. I was a dedicated employee, relocated my family twice to serve in roles that would benefit myself and the tribe. One of the times I relocated, I actually relocated kind of quasi-alone because my kids were just starting high school, so I wanted them to finish high school, so I commuted back and forth every weekend for 5 years. I began as a VP of Finance at the headquarters. I went to Tampa to become VP of Finance for the property. I served in that role for a little over 3 years and was promoted to the Senior VP of Seminole Gaming, where I served 7+ years. Thereafter, I was promoted to CFO of Seminole Gaming in 2015. and then added the title CFO of Seminole Hard Rock Holdings in 2018. During the 20 years, I was able to achieve significant savings by financial efficiencies, negotiating with banks and vendors, monitoring expenses, and refinancing bank debt. I represented the tribe all those years in a very respectful manner, dealing directly with tribal council, government employees, and employees themselves. I always had the tribe's best interests in mind in the dealings, both financially and reputationally. I treated their money like it was my own, and in terms of ensuring that it was properly spent and achieving all the savings that best possible that would work. To go into what was called the RFP process, or the request for proposal, this has to do with the insurance RFP. For corporate governance purposes, we would conduct an RFP every 3 to 5 years, depending upon the length of the contract. The goal was to ensure we had the right vendors providing the services and ensure the quality of the price and potential savings. Seminole Gaming put out an RFP for the property, casualty, and all other non-benefit insurance to qualified brokers. The RFP was reviewed, approved, and sent to qualified brokers by a committee consisting of tribal members, financial individuals, and other company employees. I was not a member of the committee. My role was to construct the RFP, organize the committee, and coordinate the meetings. In this case, the RFP was sent to 4 qualified brokers, one of which was Willis Towers Watson, who was a current broker for property and casualty insurance for Seminole Gaming and had been for approximately the last 15 years, providing the service before I ever got started in the process. When the RFPs are returned from the brokers, the committee reviews each submission, scores them. The committee invites the bidders to make verbal presentations to the committee, and they score the presentation accordingly. The scores for the RFP submissions and verbal presentations are tallied. The bidder with the highest score will then be recommended to tribal council for acceptance. Willis had the highest score of the 4 qualified brokers, and it was submitted for the RFP process. I am then directed by committee to negotiate a proposed contract with the broker for submission to the tribal council. In this case, I believe the contract was about $400,000 a year. However, the contract also requires the broker to offset its annual fee from commission it receives from underwriters it places the insurance with. These commissions usually exceed $400,000, so Seminole Gaming, in essence, gets the brokerage service for free. Thus, no cash services were paid directly by Seminole Gaming. Willis would invoice and collect the tribe's insurance premiums for the insurance carriers, but pass it directly on to the carriers themselves. So it was a complete pass-through. So funds provided for Willis were insurance premiums for Seminole Gaming, period. Once a contract is negotiated and a resolution for acceptance is prepared for the tribal council, at the council meeting, I would explain the entire RFP process, scoring, and proposed contract. The tribal council would then decide whether it wanted to accept or reject the proposal, and in this case, it accepted the proposal. Now I want to talk about facts surrounding my termination, which I know is a big issue. In June 2002, I accepted a gift from Eric Shockey, a broker from Willis Towers Watson, which exceeded the company's policy of $100. Eric and I were actually friends for many years, so what we're going to describe was, I thought, a friendship trip, but we will go into further. In June 2002, I was going on a trip to London on company business to host a group of underwriters from Lloyd's of London at the Hard Rock Calling Concert. My trip was completely paid for by the company as it was for business purposes. Mr. Shockey used his frequent flyer miles to purchase a ticket for my wife to London. After the trip, Mr. Shockey, my wife, and I took a trip to Normandy, France. Mr. Shockey covered the expense for the trip for the train, auto transportation, and the hotel, including for myself and my wife. The total amount, including imputed value for the frequent flyer ticket, was a little less than $8,000. We returned from the trip in late June. It was always my intention to reimburse Mr. Shockey for the funds spent on myself and my wife. I was waiting for Mr. Shockey to get his credit card statement after the trip to determine how much I exactly owed him. On Thursday, July 8th, after I returned, Mr. Allen and the head of the HR unexpectedly confronted me with the issue. I panicked. And although I admitted I accepted the gifts, I made the worst possible mistake in judgment and stated I already had repaid Mr. Shockey, which was not truthful. I contacted Mr. Shockey thereafter to determine the amount that I owed him for the trip, and arranged to meet him on Saturday, July 9th, to deliver him a physical check, and I asked him to deposit immediately into his bank account. On the following Monday, I provided Mr. Allen with a copy of that check, which I'd given to Mr. Shockey on Saturday. The check was backdated to April 22nd, around the time the trip was arranged. Based upon my violation of company policy and my untruthful and extremely regrettable statement that I reimbursed Mr. Shockey for the gifts, I was terminated. I was subsequently asked to track down Mr. Shockey. I was subsequently able to track down Mr. Shockey, and I reimbursed him for the costs of the trip plus interest. As previously mentioned, I'd worked with Mr. Allen for 5 years before going to Seminole Gaming. I spent 20 years working my way up to CFO of Seminole Gaming. Never had a blemish on my record. I know I made a serious error in accepting the gifts, compounded with the lack of judgment and being untruthful about the repayment. Since my termination, I've constantly admitted and taken responsibility for this mistake. I live with it every day. I made a bad decision. I made a mistake and error in judgment. I completely regret my actions and think about it. I'm angry with myself for these bad decisions, and I've paid for these actions of the termination of my employment. I lost my job. I lost money. I lost the opportunity to continue work with the tribe, and these aren't small items. Also, reputation and integrity are invaluable. I understand that I've made a mistake, but I shouldn't diminish and take away from 20 years of stellar service, dedication, and the devotion I had to the job. As I said, every day I think about my mistake and it hurts. It is hard to live with. I'm remorseful for my action. I can't change my past errors, but I can learn from it and improve. My conduct was totally inconsistent with the way I approached my personal and professional life. I exercised extremely poor judgment, which resulted in forfeiting a 20-year career. I've had the fortunate opportunity to give him a second chance by Eric Birnbaum at Dreamscape. And I can assure this board that I've learned a very hard lesson, which has positively impacted my thinking and conduct in my life. Thank you.
I'm going to start here in Las Vegas. Commissioner Silver.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
When you were giving your presentation, both here and to the board, you stated the words, quote, "I accepted a gift." But in our investigative materials, it's pretty clear that Mr. Shockey, sorry, that he related that it was really, he gave these things at your request. That's what we have in our materials. So you're saying he's lying about that, and it was something that that you just accepted his gift.
Mr. Shockey approached me actually well before a trip to London and said, let's do this trip. He made suggestion, and he made suggestion, listen, I can use my frequent flyer miles to bring your wife as well. So Mr. Shockey made suggestion. In no way, shape, or form was I asking anything of him or from him.
Like I said, in our materials, I mean, from what you state here, it comes off as we were such good friends for years. But in our materials, it's pretty clear that he's saying that you requested it and that you then asked him to lie about it. They actually said lie about the circumstances, and that you're the one that called him, obviously, to tell him about the backdated check and the itemized list of expenses, and asked him to cash it immediately. And that was before your termination. I mean, if he's such a good friend, I find it odd that he rats you out like that to your employer.
I agree with you. In misjudgment and friendship, we'd known each other for 10 plus years and worked together, and we were friends. So I agree with you fully. I was extremely surprised myself, which is actually, I tried to get a hold of Mr. Shockey after my termination several times, and he would not respond to my correspondence. And he was I guess the best word is ghosting is maybe the word to use, thereafter. And so as I said in my statement, I contacted him. I asked right after to ask him how much I owed. I said, we need to come up with a number. I absolutely did ask him. I said, let's come up with the number that is the value of the trip so that I can pay you. I did say that.
And you came up with about 7,007,
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
But you were asked about that
yes.
before your termination, and you admitted to the company that it was far greater than that. You, I mean, when I look at this, you've got a first-class ticket for your wife alone to Europe. Seems like it would be more than 7,000. You have a private car pickup, transportation during Europe, VIP tickets to Hamilton, Eurostar Premier Class train to London to Paris with private transfers, and then deluxe rooms at a hotel in Normandy. That seems like a lot more than $7,000.
He actually had, so when I contacted him, we went through each of those charges. We literally went through, as you said, what was the price of the transportation? What were the price of the tickets? What were the price of the hotels? He gave me the price, and I literally translated from euros or whatever, it was euros and I guess pounds because some were English, into actual dollars. So I worked with him directly to get the actual cost.
But then he wouldn't accept the check when you sent it.
I gave it to him personally. I met him and gave it to him personally. He took the check.
But he didn't cash
He
it.
did not cash it. And I kept asking him to cash it, and he did not cash it.
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that, is it your son works for that company? I mean, it's coincidental your son works for that company too.
My son.
Is it not?
My son did work for that company, and he was not involved with our account. I can't speak to Mr. Shockey's actions. I can only speak to my actions, honestly. I tried to do what I tried to pay him back for the expenses. I absolutely did.
Well, how did it take you? Well, during the board meeting, you also stated that you wanted to clear this up really for your wife and get your name cleared. But again, in our materials, this is from our agents. They have quoted you saying, I was contemplating going back to work. I wanted to clear this whole thing up and just be done. And I wanted to get licensed again. And so I was hoping it wouldn't be an issue. So I now paid him what I owed. It sounds very self-serving that it took you 2.5 years to pay back this gift, these gifts.
I believe I gave him, he deposited his check in January of 24.
Right.
And
Well, it was July of 22 when you got terminated.
Correct.
So I'm going with 2.5 years. It took you that long to find him?
and
Because
tell
that's
me
what you said at the board. You said you couldn't find him.
under.
So you couldn't
I
find
tried
him to give him the
contact.
money?
So, and tell me if I'm wrong. I think that is approximately 18 months, right?
Okay, 18
or
months.
19 months. So I just want to clarify.
You're
that's all.
fine. Yeah, you're better at math than I am.
So initially after my termination, I still tried to get a hold of him, as I said, and he wasn't responding. So thereafter, it's an issue I really wanted to forget. And I'll be honest with you, it's like, I relived it every day and it's not something I want to continue to relive. It came to a point where I wanted to move forward, to put closure in this. And so as I move forward in time, part of my motivation absolutely is to clear it. Part of my motivation was, at some point, if I wanted to be licensed again, I knew it was something that was important. But it really was, I wanted to clear and move forward. I really wanted to be able to have closure on this entire issue. It's an anomaly, unfortunately, in my life that I have to deal with every day. And I was wrong. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. I know I can sit here today and tell you I'm wrong. I didn't have the right action. I panicked and I did not do the right thing.
You
But
were wrong, and you also lied to your president who asked you about it and HR.
I admit that I did. I admit that I did.
And let me ask you, you admitted to Chair Watkins during a board meeting in 22 that you prepared the RFP. You've admitted that today as well. And I just question it because you also stated at this recent board meeting that you recused off this whole process, yet you prepared everything for the process. And then what, you recuse off of it? I don't understand that.
So
Because generally, if we're going to recuse off something, we don't look at it, we don't touch it. And here you prepare everything for these bids with your son's company.
So I prepared the RFP and I presented it to the committee and said, here is the RFP that we're going to provide. And they approved the RFP through the process. So, excuse me, as we went through the process, I was
Well, how do we know it wasn't slanted? Because I also have a thing here that says from Hard Rock's internal investigation that when your son moved from Florida to Texas, Hard Rock's account also transferred from Willis's Florida office to Texas office.
it was always in the Texas office. So Mr. Shockey has always been in Texas. The account was always with him. It never moved from Florida to Texas and never moved with my son. It had nothing to do with my son. My son has absolutely nothing to do with this.
This is from the president of the hotel. Mr. Allen related this to our agents.
I understand it's not true though, because the account was always with Mr. Shockey, who has always been in Texas. It did not move from Florida. They did not service the account out of Florida. They serviced the account out of Texas.
Would you be surprised that President Allen to date has said that your account of what happened with the insurance was not accurate?
That's his opinion.
That's what we have in our investigative materials.
Understood.
In fact, he said, it's all that this is what you lied about and covered up. But this is only what they know of and that you never came clean. This is what's in our investigation. This is what I'm reading.
I understand. And I can sit here today and say to you that I'm coming forward and telling you I made an error. I did not ask Mr. Shockey to do this trip for me. I was not asking Mr. Shockey for favors. Mr. Shockey came to me and asked if we could take this trip. And I said, sure, let's take the trip. And again, we were friends. So as a friend, I thought we would make this trip together.
And you just thought your friend would pay close to $10,000 for all your wife's stuff, right? That's what friends do.
Well, no, the intention.
Right?
The intention for us was that I would pay him back for the transportation, the tickets and so forth. That was the intention. And we had agreed that we would do that. And I was waiting to get the credit card statement, or he was waiting to get the credit card statement to tell me how much we owed. So that was my intention. I can't comment to Mr. Allen's opinion. That is his opinion. And I have in the past not shown any of this signs of this. This was an error, complete error in judgment. I'm sitting here today and saying this is an error judgment that I made that I'm living with. I know it. I'm sitting here. I said, I took the trip. I lied about paying him back. I backdated a check. My intention was to repay him. I have repaid him. I'm trying to get closure and move forward, and I'm trying to continue to live as I should have been living in the past. But I can't change the past, unfortunately.
And I don't doubt that you're not remorseful. But obviously under NRS 463.170, an application must not be granted unless the commission is satisfied that the applicant is, quote, a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And you were CFO of a company where you breach your fiduciary duties and lie to your president. And within 3 years, you're before us now wanting to get back into gaming.
I understand.
It's very hard I have grave concerns about you being a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Marcantonis or Solis Rainey, who would like to go next?
Well, thank you, Chair. Of course, I have to echo, and I do echo, Judge Silva's comments, but I realize this is very difficult for you, Mr. Ida. Sitting here today is very, very hard in this forum. And as you've said, you've sown the seeds for this. You've shown the remorse, and I also do not have any doubt that you have remorse on this. But the deed is done, and you're right. You can't change the past. And the question is the degree of sanctioning. In my mind, that's what I see as the question. I applaud you for even being here in front of us. That and I don't mean, as you know exactly how I mean that, that takes a lot of intestinal fortitude. But that notwithstanding, I agree that with NRS 463.10, it's going to be very difficult, I think, certainly I can speak for myself, to fully go ahead with approval. But that's to fully go ahead with approval, and perhaps there are conditions, who knows, and I do not have the legal background that I'm gleaning from my colleagues too as we speak today. So those are my thoughts, Chair.
Commissioner Solus Rainey.
Mr. Eder, thank you for being here today. Commissioner Silver asked the questions that I had with respect to the inconsistencies as far as, what we're seeing in the materials versus what you presented. I'm still not sure I understand the whole, situation with respect to your son. I take you at your word that maybe that's an error. It does say that Hard Rock's internal investigation discovered that when he moved from Florida, your son moved from Florida to Texas, the account was transferred to Texas. I don't know if they made a mistake, if it was always, Mr. Shockey, you said always lived in Texas?
Yes, he was always in Dallas. That's
Were you
correct.
professional friends? Were you professional acquaintances and then became friends over the
Correct.
course of that relationship?
Yes,
But he always lived in Texas and you lived in
that's
Florida?
correct. He lived in Texas the entire time I knew him.
How often did you see him?
Probably like 4 times a year.
Okay, so you weren't like friends that hung out together?
When he would
Every-
come into town, we would, go out and have dinner or something.
With respect to this actual trip, you indicated that you had always indicated, or you had always expected to pay him for your wife's portion of the expenses, but you kept referring it as a gift from him. So I was a little confused about that.
I refer as a gift because the policy that I breached was the gift policy.
Okay.
So that's why I'm trying to be consistent with what the policy is.
Okay. I have an unrelated question, and I don't know if this question is for you or Mr. Miller. An application was supposed to have been submitted for Mr. Nathan, I believe, for a finding of suitability, Lloyd Nathan. Do you know if that's been done? Our materials indicated that KLIM has committed to the NGCB that Nathan will file preliminary finding suitability application by no later than September 25th, 2025.
So I'll maybe speak, thank you, Commissioner. I'll speak to Lloyd's our monitor through Kenny Lewis, is serving
Correct.
on our monitor, but as in regards to the application, I'm not familiar with the timeline of that.
Okay, it indicated that the duty to submit that application was known to the licensee and its counsel. So I'm just trying to find out if that was.
We aren't his counsel. He's independently working for the landlord, and it's the landlord that, through the agreements, has placed him as the monitor, and the landlord has advised us they were filing an application, but my law firm and the company has had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Does Chief Dreisler, do you know if somebody in investigations could tell us?
Yeah, that's a separate matter. I'll maybe ask Chief Ripp if he had some commentary on that.
I can't see that far. Chief Rippey. I saw you move your mouth, but I don't have my glasses on and can't see you.
Let's have him come up.
Okay.
That particular item is not to be heard here before the board today. It was meant to be confidential.
Okay. It's not marked as confidential in our materials, and I just wanted a status. Obviously, if a licensee undertakes an obligation, just following up to see if that was completed. So,
Yeah, there's no status to provide with the applicants here before you.
okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, all, Mr. Schreck and Mr. Eder. I can't imagine the experience that you're having. And, we are doing our job as we see fit and putting the rules that we have in front of us, in a rubric and applying them to you, Mr. Eater. I get the contrition. I get all that, but I go to Justice Silver's comments particularly, this isn't a bad decision on an afternoon. It's a collection of really poor and questionable decisions over an extended period of time, so even RFP, and I totally agree, I've done more RFPs than probably most people in Nevada, hundreds in my career, and recusing means not crafting an RFP, not deciding where an RFP is sent to, not, so it's not just the scoring part. And, my goodness, you're, again, I don't mean to be mean here, but you're CFO, things like Venmo and Zelle exist in your world that could have at least guessed at the amount of gift that you may be attempting to repay. So, it's, but it lasted for 18 months if that's what it was. So and it's recent, if this were a gaming registration issue, we'd be having a conversation. So, but what is important to me is the Gaming Control Board's conversation. My goodness, they had quite a meeting, a couple of weeks ago, because they had multiple agenda items that were truly, uncomfortable to discuss through, but they did it, and I applaud them. But I think there was a restriction suggested. I mean, but the recommendation of approval from them is important to me. But without that conversation and without that recommendation, I would be very reluctant to move forward. Mr. Birnbaum, certainly has faith in you, and I think that's great. I don't want this to take 20 years plus of an extraordinary, career, and lose it. But, it wasn't a decision over a couple minutes on an afternoon. It was an 18-month process that, with your skill sets financially, you could at least given a good faith, account of what those funds might be and move those. He could have always returned them. So I'm going to listen to the conversation of my colleagues as we move forward. But I appreciate the forthrightness. I appreciate you, just throwing it out there for us. But that doesn't change 18 months of character and behavior. So I'm going to listen to the conversation of my colleagues, please.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments related to anything since you've asked questions? I'm a little, I struggle with, it depends on what the definition of is. I use the word gift because that's the policy. I struggle with that. There's just a lot of convenient explaining from my point of view. But on the other hand, I do appreciate the acceptance of responsibility and the understanding of the significance of it. And what's troubling is we have information in our materials, and this person is inaccurate, and this person is, I don't know what's in their mind, but that's wrong, and I don't know what's in their mind, but that's wrong. I struggle with that as well. That being said, I don't know that there's anything else that we need to discuss with the applicants or ask about. So if you have anything else you want to say before I call for a motion, you're welcome to make those statements.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I do. I'd like a couple points. First, what Mr. Eater is doing at the parent level has nothing at all to do with gaming, nor would he, if he was approved here today, his relationship with the gaming operation would not change. So he's not really in gaming operations. We came here because we were requested to file an application by the prior chairman because of this incident. And when I talked with him about it, I had actually asked that, okay, we will file one, but can we wait several years? Because in my experience with all this, I'd like to have more time between the event, as been mentioned here, it's recent, and having to file the application. But we were then asked to file an application earlier than I had hoped we had to file one, so we filed the application. During the investigative process, when we had our interviews and everything, his statements have all been consistent. I don't know where this recusal statement came. Maybe he made it. It doesn't register with me. But he's always stated exactly what the facts were. He didn't have anything to do with the determination of the RFP. He prepared it. A committee recommended it. A committee scored it. A committee did this. And it was with the same company they'd used for 15 years and time before he was ever there. So
Interrupt you.
no, go ahead.
He said, I recused off of everything. He said that at the board.
Okay, no, I'm not saying he
Yeah,
didn't. I
2
just don't
weeks ago.
recall.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, he goes, I recused off everything. I recused off. And I'm thinking to myself, we know what recusal is. We're past judges. That means you don't touch it. He prepared everything.
I
These are
understand.
contracts for his son's employment. Or for for that company.
Yeah, I understand. I just didn't, all I said is I just didn't hear that. But no, I'm not denying that he said it. All I'm trying to say is that he's not a lawyer like we are, and recusal maybe means something else to somebody else. I think what he was saying is the facts he's given both in the investigation to the board and to you today. That he didn't have anything, his definition is probably, and you can ask him, he didn't have anything to do with the decision making, because that was important. Whatever the gifts that he received didn't impact the decision made by the tribe. And I think that was the whole purpose of him indicating what he did.
The whole reason he was investigated is because somebody from the tribe comes up and says he's on the take because his son's company gets this contract. And that's when they start going into all of his emails and find all of these gifts. That's how it all came about from what I read in the material.
Well, I know that.
And he prepped everything. So he prepped everything to this committee.
Yeah, he prepared all of those things. Okay, but his son's company, the company that had the insurance policy had it for 15 years in a row, including this bid, way before he was ever.
Is that a fair process, really? Is that a fair process?
They had it before he was even there. They continued to use the same broker because he was obviously the one they rated higher than any other broker. But that broker was used before John was there. It was used after John was there for like 15 straight years, he said. So it had nothing to do with his son. It had nothing to do with even him. It was the same broker they used. But what I wanted to say is that we filed this because we were requested to file it. I was hoping to file it a couple of years after that, just so we had some space and time between. But the impact of this, I hope, is understood. Is that if he's denied by this commission, he loses his job at Dreamscape because he can't work with a licensee. So that's the impact. He loses a second job. Okay. He has been, as far as I know, and I've done this for many years, as forthright as anybody I've ever represented. He was forthright with the agents when we were in the investigative hearing, never held back anything from them, never held anything back from me. I think he was candid with the board, and I think he's been candid with the commission. I listened to, in the board meeting, and then I listened again today to all of these key employees that came forward and the accolades properly bestowed upon them by this commission. Absent this one area of misjudgment, those same accolades would have been bestowed upon John because of his 20 years of exemplary work with this company. But he did make a mistake, and he's admitted that mistake, and he's paid dearly for that mistake. And my experience in gaming, if you have this type of mistake that you made, that if in fact you've admitted it and taken responsibility, which he did, he took a responsibility from the time that he was confronted with it by Mr. Allen. He just lied about repaying it, which is compounding his mistake. But he never, even with them, said that he didn't do it. He then just gave him a check that indicated that it was past dated, and he lied about the fact that he had repaid. And as he said, he was panicked. In walks his president and HR and then confronts him with it. And he panicked and he made a mistake. But after 20 years of an exemplary record with that, with the Seminole tribe, with his whole history before that. This is the one blemish in on his record. And
Mr. Shrek,
I really, in my experience, I don't believe a person should be defined, you know, his character and his ability to be suitable by one event such as this. I think that he's got it, the board put a 2-year limitation on this to see and make sure nothing happens again. I can assure you, at least my opinion, and he's assured you, that nothing like this would ever happen again. It's an aberration in his career that's been stellar up until he made that mistake. So I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Shrek, I had two things. One,
Certainly.
you indicated that the broker was one that had been used for the past 15 years, long before he had arrived there. He
Not
was with the-
15 years before he did. They'd been used for 15 years,
Right.
including this period. And that 15 years included before he ever was there.
He was there for 20 years, so.
He wasn't doing this. You can answer.
Yeah, I was not part of the process part of that until I reached my role of the SVP of Finance. Sorry, I'm really dry mouth. I didn't participate at all in the risk management process. So
Okay, so
that,
you were with the company, but you weren't
correct.
participating
That
in
wasn't
this
part of
process.
my purvey at all. So
Okay.
they had been selected well before I started working in that particular discipline.
Okay. And then the second thing, and then again, our materials aren't more confidential, but I wanted to understand what this monitor does.
Okay, we're aware of the monitor because it's in the agreement that we negotiated. And I was aware, although maybe it was supposed to be kept secret, I was aware that they were going to file an application. They told us they were going to file an application for. The landlord who's put up all the money and for this, because the company was distressed financially. And so they refinanced and restructured. And the restructuring basically did two things, one of which is that the original mezzanine lender is now the landlord. He has all the control. And so he has management agreement, and he also has the lease agreement. And in that lease agreement, because the KLIM is on the hook for all of this money, and the company hadn't been doing that well up until this time, they wanted to have a monitor. So they negotiated the monitor provision into the lease.
Just overseeing operations.
Just going in. I can tell you, I spent a great deal of time pushing back on what they wanted him to do, which I've done in all of these PropCo OpCos. It's the landlord always wants to be as much involved in management as they can because they believe it's their money. And I finally get to some of them, tell them that you can do all those things if you want to get licensed. If you don't want to get licensed, you can't.
Okay.
So
That's fine. I just generally,
no, I know,
understand what it is now.
he has some oversight, with respect, and I think it's pretty well spelled out in the lease as to what, his role will be in that.
Commissioner Solus Rainey, I can say the board certainly has been aware of this, and we've been careful with respect to the line to be drawn. As the gentleman is a monitor, certainly he's not a licensee, but there is that situation where they are monitoring carefully what the operator is doing, and they have reached a point where they are moving forward with getting this individual a license. So we're very comfortable that certainly nothing has happened and a careful line has been drawn and the individual has no involvement in operations. And I believe the applicant here is comfortable with that as well. But certainly were that to change and they have more detailed involvement, it is important that the individual file for an application. So that's what's being done.
Okay, well, based on his description and the fact that they made a commitment that this be done, it's important to me that they follow through on it if this individual has that level of involvement.
Which I appreciate, and
Yeah.
certainly there'll be no involvement beyond what the existing level is that the board is comfortable with, which is no involvement in gaming until such time as it's filed and then processed. And we will take that back and work with staff to make sure that that application is filed timely at this point, and we move forward accordingly.
Seems like it's already late, so thank you.
I understood, and that will be part of the process.
And I think Mr. Miller, and he's here, he can testify, or understands, and we've discussed at length the limitations on what the monitor can do. And that if anything, if he feels the monitor is pushing too hard, and he hasn't so far, but if he was, that they would get a hold of me, and I would advise KLIM and their attorney that he can't do those things. but that hasn't been the case.
So do you have anything else?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Does anyone have any of my colleagues have any questions for council in light of his commentary? No? All right. Well, I think for the purpose of this, we should perhaps take each vote, each individual, one at a time, so that we could have a record that's separate and apart for Mr. Eder, Mr. Miller, Mr. Balaban. So we'll just start in order. Does someone have a motion for Mr. Balaban?
Yes, Madam Chair, with respect to non-restricted item number 9, and with respect to the applications filed on behalf of Christopher Neal Balaban, I move for approval of that application as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Balaban?
Balaban.
First.
We're doing the motions in order of their presentation and appearance. Okay, so any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you. And with respect to,
Oh, push your button.
sorry, with respect to non-restricted item number 9 and the applications on behalf of Mr. Patrick Miller, I move for approval of that item as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed.
Madam Chair, I know Commissioner Markington has indicated that, are there any other kinds of conditions and stuff? And I was thinking about that and I failed to mention it, but he has a 2-year limitation. He isn't really involved in gaming. And if this commission sees fit to give him a limited license, it could also be conditioned on the fact that during that period of time that he have no involvement in the operations, the license operations at the property. And that would allow him to continue to do the important work that he's doing at the parent level in terms of financing and those types of things, because he is a very crucial person in that system.
Mr. Schreck, respectfully, I don't think he has a 2-year limitation. At this point, he doesn't have a license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry. I meant
a 2-year limitation.
recommended 2-year limitation.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
So that I understand what you're suggesting for those who, I mean, you've been around a long time, and so you're
Yes.
very wise to offer up whatever you can. And so you're suggesting that a condition, in addition to a limitation for those who may be concerned, even though you've made an admirable argument and a compelling one, that 20 years of career should not be controlled by the facts here of his mistake. And I get that and I understand that, but you're suggesting for those who are concerned, there could be an additional condition of no involvement in gaming operations? Is that what you're
Yes, Chair.
suggesting? Okay. I just wasn't sure how you phrased it.
That's perfectly phrased. It's succinct.
Okay. Operations. All right. So does anyone have a motion that they would like to?
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Sure.
If a possibility of a motion includes no participation in any gaming related decision making, I'm not sure why there would be a need to even go through this process. I mean, there would be no license involved or restricted for 2 years or otherwise. They can put him in a position potentially that does not include anything to do with gaming. It may not be CFO, executive vice president, secretary, treasurer, but there are other ways to do this. So I'm just wanting clarification as to one of the potential pathways suggested by Mr. Schreck.
Okay.
Well, I think one of the things that Mr. Schreck has said is that this was, we're here because the previous chair of the board wanted the application now. And so, and I understand that. And so I guess the question, what I'm hearing Commissioner Krolicki say, and I hate to woman-splain, so if I am, I'm sorry. I hate to gal-splain this for you. But what I'm hearing you say is, hey, why are we doing this if we would consider a no involvement in gaming operations? What's the legal significance of him having a license then, if he's not able to be, what is the operational significance, the legal significance? And I don't know whether I should direct that question to our esteemed legal team or who, because this has not come up in the over 4 years that I've been on the commission.
I can say certainly from the meeting, it was not my complete understanding that he would be completely and fully not involved in gaming activities. And I think given his position, it would, even if that were said, it would likely be hard to believe. So I think, in the abundance of caution, in deference to the prior chair and rolled over to me now, I think given the position that he has, it makes the most sense that he be licensed to have that position or not, right? So I think it was most certainly an appropriate thing to move forward with the licensure here and have that consideration. So I actually don't think it's practical to say in any measure that he won't have any involvement with gaming. I don't think that's frankly a valid concept. And might I also say, while I have the microphone for a moment, I'm told that the application for Mr. Nathan was filed on September 30th. And I'll also say that it was there was a replacement page that indicated it was confidential, and I apologize if that had not reached you, but certainly the intention was to keep that confidential. But nevertheless, Mr. Nathan's application was filed timely. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I just could comment on the one issue about him not being involved in gaming. Since he took that position, he took it only under certain strict guidelines as to not being involved in gaming. Those were submitted to Chairman Hendrick and the Gaming Control Board at the time he took that office. He has not been involved in gaming operations since then.
You're talking about guidelines in writing?
Yes.
Where are those?
I got a copy of the letter that I submitted to the board.
So, I'm so sorry if I missed it. I'm sure you can imagine the magnitude of materials that we review for every meeting. So if I apologize if we have this. Are you aware that we have this? Have the rest of my colleagues seen the conditions? Okay, so I don't think that's in our materials. And if I'm mistaken, I apologize, but I don't think we have that.
It was, Madam Chair, it was a letter that I sent to Eric Birnbaum outlining what the restrictions would be, which then was provided to Chairman Hendrick and at that time, the Chief of Investigations, because they obviously, I knew the concern would be there because of this past. And so we restricted them from not being involved in gaming.
How lengthy is it?
It's just a couple of pages. It's 2 pages, signature pages on the third.
I haven't seen it, but I agree with Chair Dreiser that I don't know how you can legitimately try to separate those given his position.
Wait.
Mr. Streck, yes, certainly can submit the letter. However, again, given his position and his role as chief fiduciary of the organization, very difficult to say what was written. However, well presented, given his position, it's very hard to argue. And the board would not take the position that this could proceed where he could conduct his daily activities without a license. That would be the board's position.
Well, I think it's the old judge in me, but I feel like if that's a record the board has, we should have it. So, you're suggesting it is an option and that you've documented it before how that could be done. And I'm not opining one way or another. I'm simply saying we don't have that. And so I feel like it would be appropriate, even though I think there's some inclination to not accept that the position would really allow for parsing in such a way. But you made it, it should be part of our record is all I'm getting at. And I'm always loath to not have reviewed everything that someone submitted before we go making really big decisions, whether we agree that it would be compelling or not. I don't know, because I haven't seen it.
Okay, but all I can say is that the Gaming Control Board eyes were on Mr. Eder when he took that position. And I knew full well, and advised Eric and advised Mr. Eder that he couldn't be involved in gaming operations at all. We told staff and their general counsel, anything that you believe he would overstep, then you advise us. Mr. Eder has most of Mr. Eder's focus has been on refinancing and the financial aspect of it. He's never operated a casino. He doesn't know anything about operations. He has no interest in operations. So he has, Mr. Chairman, he has followed the dictates and limitations of this were satisfactory. And that's the reason why I suggested that we just continue to follow those guidelines and that he not be involved in the gaming, and that the staff understands and Mr. Miller understands that, he's not going to be involved. I just put that out there so you didn't have a concern that he would be involved, because he really hasn't been, and nor really, if he's licensed today, if you grant him a limited license or whatever, he's not going to be involved in gaming. That's not what he does. Yes, I have it right.
Do you have a hard copy of that?
Yes.
Felt like stretching your legs, didn't you? Yeah, I'd like to take a short break and review
Certainly.
this. I don't know if anybody else, you don't have to, if you don't want to, but I'm going to. And then I'll pass it along to anyone who's interested. We're going to take, it's literally only a page and a half. I'm Commissioner Krolicki.
Yeah,
Are you
yes,
there?
Chair. Yes.
I'm going to be screenshotting this document and texting it to you.
Thank
And I
you.
want to make a record of that so that you have a copy of the 1, 2. Can't believe you signed.
I know. I
This
looked
is-
at it. I
Page
shouldn't
3
have.
has one thing,
Yes,
Frank Schreck. That's a big no-no in the legal.
I understand when I looked at the limit.
Okay, I'm going to take photos of this and text it to you. That's all I'm going to do. And then we're all going to lean over each other and look at it. Okay, and we're
Right.
going to take a short recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Give us about 10 minutes, please, minimum. Okay, I just want to get him this.
No, it keeps touchy today.
And I still
Okay,
wanna-
we're going to go back on the record here in a minute. Okay, we're back on the record. Commissioner Krolicki, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've had an opportunity to review a February 6, 2024 letter that you, Mr. Schreck wrote to Mr. Birnbaum, co-founder and partner of Dreamscape Companies. And we've had an opportunity to review that. In light of the nature of this hearing, do you have a problem with this being part of the record? Or do you want it included in investigation materials?
Your microphone.
Whichever you like. It's not, I don't think it's confidential. It says what it says.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is ask you to just make that part of the record since we asked for it and it was provided in the open meeting. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to, as part of our materials, in light of what's kind of been said so far, we have a duties and responsibilities section where the investigations summarizes for us, who the applicant reports to and what their job duties are and that kind of thing. Part of this information that we have in our materials, and I understand you don't have it, but I will tell you that, it makes it very clear that there's other family business and assets that that the applicant is involved in giving advice and managing, I guess, those interests. And so, for the record, when we're looking at that, we understand that it's a family-owned business that has multiple businesses, not just the hotel and casino, but residential real estate, hospitality and hospitality management company, retail brokerage services, some inactive entity, and family assets. And so what I would tell you is in these materials, we are told that his general duties and responsibilities would include supervising and mentoring the Dreamscape Companies, Inc. staff, providing strategic planning for the long-term vision of the Birnbaum organization, advising Birnbaum on gaming-related matters, including debt and debt terms, capital structure, and banking relationships. And so those are there's all kinds of references to, creating company policies and procedures along with general foundation and building of the organization. Those are there's more than that because there's things that are detailed that relate to other businesses.
Sure, we gave
this comes
them
from
that
you.
list.
Yeah,
That's a list we provided to the investigators.
right. So it's kind of hard to imagine where they get separated from with this list from gaming. And so, I don't know where this is headed, but in light of the letter and where we are right now and the comments of the chair of the board, I would ask, do any of my colleagues have any additional questions or comments before we move to entertaining any motion that anyone may have? I don't-
Chair Tagliati, just quickly, Mr. Schreck, I appreciate the letter, but if I can just summarize it, it's really a report of the things we've already discussed and some of the history, not the C-suite reporting, if you will. But I must agree with Chair Dreitzer that, I don't know how you separate the dotted lines here. He is part of the D&O package if they have such a thing, but it's part and parcel. And so, again, I'm not sure what a motion might be, but if Mr. Birnbaum wished these services of restructuring and refinancing, and there are lots of ways to secure those services. So I guess my point is, Mr. Eder, I don't want to, I'm not interested in taking a livelihood away from you and 20 years of, extraordinary performance. But if it touches gaming, if there's a motion, that's what it's going to cover. But I just wanted to make that clear.
Anyone else? Okay, so as we have in every applicant scenario, we have an option for a motion to approve with conditions as recommended, or with the condition or any other condition as recommended by the board. We have the option of a denial, or we have the option of refer back to staff if you want to withdraw. Those are the three, I believe. Are there any other options?
No, Madam Chair, those are the three options.
So at this time, I would ask who, if anyone, has a motion, and then we can obviously discuss that.
Madam Chair, I would move to deny his suitability or licensing.
Discussion on the motion.
I guess pursuant to statute under NRS 463.170, as much as remorse, and I appreciate him being here, we have to be satisfied. We must be satisfied that he's a person of good character, honesty, and integrity. And that's for a position of chief fiduciary in gaming.
Commissioner Silver, if you are going to do a recommendation to deny, would you please just lay out the reasons for the denial? Because that will need to be included in a written order.
Like factually the reasons
Correct.
now? Okay. Well, for all of the reasons stated, based on his termination from the Hard Rock Hotel, which was a mere 3 years ago, for his lying to the president of the hotel and human resources and covering up what he did by taking multiple gifts in excess of thousands of dollars from this third-party vendor. And also, well, that should pretty much cover it. And also for, I think, to some extent, his involvement in preparing the RFPs as his son was involved in that company. I just think that under the qualifications for character, integrity, it fails, and honesty.
Can I ask you, are those and, or, or are they and? Or?
It's just commas in between, character, honesty, and integrity.
No, I mean your factual.
Oh,
Any
or,
one of
I'm
those
sorry,
things?
any one of those things, I'm sorry, any one of those things would be enough, I think, but all of them in totality are pretty concerning.
Okay, so the record should reflect that a motion's been made for denial based upon the reasons stated by Commissioner Silver in an and/or capacity between each of those listed reasons. Any discussion on the motion?
Chair, I have a question. If there was, that does not include any limitations then, or is there, if when one is voting on the motion, one can verbalize a suggested limitation or no?
Well, I think a denial is a death knell to this applicant's application, and there's nothing more to discuss.
Okay, gone.
The only other choices are a refer back to staff if he chooses to withdraw, or a granting with conditions. So for example, I think what Mr. Schreck was saying was conditions, as he already detailed during I think those are our only choices.
Thank you. I just didn't fully understand. Thank you.
Honestly, that's why I asked, to make sure we all understand what's going on.
I'm not prepared to either support the application or support the motion, but I would be inclined, I would support a motion or a request to have him withdraw the application. I don't think he or anybody disagrees that he exercised poor judgment in this situation. I realize there were multiple expenses involved, but to me, it was one bad judgment. It was the entire trip. It wasn't a financial thing. I mean, he can certainly afford the trip. It wasn't, I don't think he was, I think he just didn't think it through. But I don't feel that this is egregious enough to tag him with a denial, which would preclude, possibly other types of employment. Certainly I appreciate that what the statute says. I don't disagree with Justice Silver, but I do feel that he's shown adequate remorse with regard to the RFP. I mean, he always disclosed that, so I don't see that as a factual basis in my mind to vote for a denial with respect to, him asking this third-party vendor for the trip. I think there's inconsistencies in that, and there was testimony from a prior officer in the company that said this particular vendor had offered trips to him as well, although the other person declined them. So I don't know what, I mean, I feel there's enough to support Mr. Eater's comment that, he was the one bringing it up and suggesting it. So I don't know, how exactly it came to be, but I think it was just it was bad judgment. It was a single instance in my mind. And for that reason, I wouldn't support the motion, but I would support a motion for withdrawal.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any comments?
Again, I don't want to take away this pathway of Mr. Eater's livelihood, but I'm concerned. And Commissioner Solis-Rini, it was a bad decision, but it was sustained in different ways from, over an 18-month, if not longer period. And that, so to me, there was a series of really bad decisions. If there's additional information that can be gleaned, then I would welcome it being referred back to staff. And Mr. Schreck and Mr. Eater can work through those details to so we're not, supposing or filling in between lines that we don't, fully understand. But the record's very difficult for me today to make an approval of suitability, even with a 2-year, condition.
So just so that I'm whether he's denied here today or it's referred back to staff for withdrawal, which is the two kind of options so far that I'm hearing, it doesn't limit his ability to continue to work for the Birnbaum business interests, but it would require, presumably, there be no involvement with Dreamscape and the operation of the Rio. That's what we're talking about here, right? Now, whether the family chooses to do that is their business, right? But I guess that's my understanding. Whether it's with a denial, whether it's with a withdrawal, he can keep working. I don't know, we're denying necessarily his livelihood. Whether that can be worked out for him is something else. And whether that's a benefit that the family chooses to engage in if he can't be involved in financing related to the hotel and its issues. But that's kind of I'm hearing that's the inclination. What would be your alternative motion? Were you given the opportunity to make one? And the motion that Commissioner Silver has made, that's the practical effect. It could still be employed, but he'd have to be kind of walled off from the hotel and gaming.
Madam Chair, just so
right?
the Commission understands you might, is that if he's denied today, Dreamscape companies cannot keep him employed. He's a denied applicant and they're a licensee and he would have to be terminated.
Right. And what I'm saying is, but there were a lot of other business interests besides just that he could be advising. You could be a personal advisor as long as you're not advising to, I mean, there's a long list in this that we had that has nothing to do with the Rio Hotel or gaming or anything else.
No, I understand, but I think the regulation is that if he is a denied applicant, he can't work for a licensee. It doesn't say in what capacities. He just can't work for a licensee.
Individually, he cannot, meaning the individual, the Birnbaum is what I'm asking. Because that's a corporation and then there's an individual. So you're saying he can't.
I see, you mean work outside of Dreamscape companies?
Correct. That's not really an option, is what I'm hearing. I don't know.
I don't want to say it. It doesn't sound, it would be very difficult to do because You know, he does so many non-gaming things with respect to that company, but he would be precluded from doing those non-gaming things if he was denied.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify. The commission would not do a motion to withdraw. What would happen is if
But
you
it
don't
gets remanded.
deny, you could do a referral back to the board and ask that they consider a withdrawal. So we would have a 120-day rule issue that we'd have to ask them to waive, but then the commission could put, or the board could potentially grant a withdrawal, but that has to be decided at the board level. You could also refer it back or remand it for further investigation with specific directions to the board.
Okay.
We would also still have the 120-day rule that we have to operate within. So depending on how this goes, we can address that.
Okay. So far we have the motion itself. I don't know where Commissioner Markintonis is inclined to go on that motion. I think we've kind of heard from Commissioner Solis Rainey. In the event that there was a motion to withdraw, and I think that's okay to discuss the potential of that in this motion. You know, I think the important points are, number one, you would have to have an understanding that that's, you know, I mean, you could certainly force a vote on and say, we're not interested in a withdrawal. And I don't know if we can force it back, but we can't require the board, I guess, to allow them to withdraw. However, the board recommended approval with conditions. So it's kind of hard to imagine that they would refuse a withdrawal, right? And so I'm not speculating, I'm not asking, I'm just saying that that's kind of the state of affairs and where we are now. So it tends to suggest that they would allow for a withdrawal. If your motion is sustained by the majority. So
Madam Chair, I think what I heard the DAG indicate is that there wouldn't be a motion to withdraw if we vote and decline, and if the motion to deny does not pass, then you would just refer it back to staff if you were so inclined.
Or you could vote on it. You could do a motion to refer it back to staff and just have it be a group, a collective decision.
I recall the last withdrawal, we referred back to staff for consideration of a withdrawal was done by a vote. That's the only reason why I'm.
Right. And that's fine because it does say the commission in the statute. But
I'm just one person.
But it's just with direction that you would like them to consider a withdrawal. You're not granting the withdrawal.
Correct.
Got it.
Okay. We're all on the same page. Okay. So I think what we need to do then is.
Vote.
Commissioner Markintonis, did you wish to say anything about this motion? And does,
I will say that the only comments that I would have is that in the end, as a commission, we're creating precedent. We have an example. We have who knows how many people are watching us and follow these, but I know that we're setting a standard. And we've had this not just in cases like this, but in even other more complicated cases that involve compliance and things like that. If we are setting precedent, then we have to, I think, show consistency, and I would support Judge Silva's motion in this case.
okay. And Commissioner Krolicki, did you, I apologize. I know you commented on the motion, but did you indicate one way or another whether you were going to support the motion or prefer the option B? Just so I have an understanding of where everybody stands before we.
I think I was hedging a little bit. And Commissioner Markintonis, I appreciate what you said. And I truly appreciate that motion and the message. But I believe the people watching, a message will be delivered that the, you know, actions, the recent past of these activities, you know, does not a licensee make. And so by remanding it back to staff, no license is being granted, a message is delivered, and if there's a pathway to cure and clarity that somehow it can be compelling and brought back, you know, I'll do that. But just a straight up no is harsher than we need. If it's but I'm not prepared to provide a gaming license today. So, either route, but I would prefer the remanding back to staff.
Okay, and I would ask, we've had, I tend to think of similarly situated circumstances and how we treat them, and we try to be consistent. And so in other circumstances, we've been asked to consider allowing the board to evaluate a withdrawal, and we have entertained that fairly recently, I think. And so I guess I would ask Commissioners Silver and Markintonis, how do you feel about that possibility of a withdrawal? So that there is no license. Unfortunately, that's, part of what happens here. And presumably, I think one of the things that has been mentioned here is it's only been 3 years since the 18-month debacle. But I don't know how you feel about that.
I don't know what circumstances the other cases were. I just think, I realize it sounds severe, but I don't think even 10 years from now, this is a glowing look to license somebody based on everything that's before us. So I don't know what that really does, but give somebody an opportunity to come back to a different commission. I'm not saying it couldn't be rehabilitated. Everybody can be, that's not really the question. It's what happened here was so big that I have a concern to license this individual. And that's my problem with it. And I really just don't know about the other cases. So I would still stand by it.
I think it was one of ours a couple months ago, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, well, I guess we just have to call for a vote. We'll just see how this fleshes out. So Commissioner Silver has made a vote for a denial. Commissioner Solis Rainey, your vote?
Nay.
Commissioner Markintonis?
Denial.
So that's a yay.
Yes, yay.
Commissioner Krolicki?
I'll say nay.
Okay. Commissioner Silver?
I'm for my motion, I guess.
Yeah, I know, I still have to read a vote. So yay. As the tiebreaker, I'm going to vote yay to the motion. I think it was a close call, but I feel like I watched some, very, it's a very difficult situation. And if things had been different as far as how long this took to rectify, I would feel differently, but that's going to be the decision of the commission. Sorry, sir.
Chair Tagliati, I just wanted to be clear that, my vote was not to move forward with a license. It was just to deny the license in a different manner. But I support, the comments of the majority.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary? Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 10?
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Timothy Brooks for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
I think a palate cleanser is in order at this point.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Madam Executive Secretary, also Chair Dreitzer, Judge Assad. Good to see you all this afternoon. J.T. Moran with the law firm of Hutchison and Steffen, representing the applicant on non-restricted number 10. In the interest of time and knowing that you all reviewed transcripts of this item before the control board earlier this month, I do not have an affirmative presentation, but I would like to turn to Mr. Brooks. Of course, we're here to answer any questions, to discuss his history in the gaming industry and share with you his duties and responsibilities at both non-restricted Class 1 locations in the city of Henderson. Of course, we are asking the commission for approval and thanking the agency for its professionalism and thoroughness throughout the entire investigation, especially so Agent Kyle Gadet, Deputy Chief Nathan Allen, and Chief Rippey. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all we have for right now.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati and members of the commission, Madam Secretary. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be here before you today. Well, thank you for your time. Like Mr. Moran said, I started my gaming career in the mid-90s in Reno, Nevada, in Sparks. Oversaw 4 non-restricted properties. And then in the late 90s, our company got involved with a property in Henderson, Nevada. and we purchased that company, that casino. And in 1999, end of 1999, early 2000, I moved full-time to Henderson, Nevada, and ran that property called Club Fortune. And then in 2001, my brother and I formed a company to purchase a casino, which we did in downtown Henderson, which was the Cole's Pot of Gold Casino. We went through our licensing and were granted a non-restricted gaming license in May of 2003, and opened our doors in May of 2003, and went along and operated day in and day out and built our customer base, one customer at a time, and a very competitive market, as you are all aware. Boulder Strip is one of the most competitive markets, I think, in the world. There's so many, not only many non-restricted locations, many restricted locations. In 2000, so that was the Emerald Island Casino, and in 2019, we bought the casino directly across the street, about 100 feet away from the Emerald Island, called the Rainbow Club Casino, that was owned and operated at the time by Peppermill Corporation since 1984. And we were approached by them and asked if we would like to purchase their casino, and we said yes, we would, of course. And then we went before the board and the commission in 2020. I think it was September 2020, or excuse me, we bought it during the pandemic, and we ended up closing the casino for 6 months to refurbish it. And then when we reopened the casino on September 17th, at Peppermill, the Rainbow Casino, September 17th of 2020. So we had two casinos directly across, two non-restricted locations that were once competitors, getting along with everybody, which we got along anyway before, but it was kind of nice because I knew all the employees from the Rainbow Club just by osmosis, being there day in and day out. Asked my wife 6 or 7 days a week, long hours, which I love to do. It's my passion. I love the business, and I love making customers happy, and I love working with the team, and I love getting involved in the city and in the community. You know, in life, you get what you give, and I want to give my all. So we ran the two casinos concurrently from 2020 until January of 2024. We sold the casinos to Eclipse Gaming Operations. Eclipse Gaming, Mr. Ron Rinchel and Mr. Mark Falcone purchased us. And as you well know, they're stalwarts in the gaming community here in not only Nevada, but they also have other properties throughout the country in Wyoming, New Hampshire, Kentucky. And Mr. Winchell also has many non-restricted locations here under another umbrella. I think he has about 50 non-restricted locations in Nevada. And so one thing led to another. I wasn't quite ready to retire, even though my brother was. So we started talking, and I offered my services to continue on at the casinos, and they agreed, and the rest is history. So we now currently employ 350 between the two properties, and we're doing very well. And we have plans to expand the Emerald Island Casino in the near future, in the upcoming future. And I'm welcome to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you here today. And we appreciate your introduction. And you've been here all morning, so you know that we're just going to open it up to any questions. I'll start with Commissioner Krolicki this time, if you're ready. I'm not if you're not ready, but.
No, that's fine. Mr. Moran, Mr. Brooks, welcome this afternoon. Good to see you. You've all had a long day with a difficult agenda previously, but on this one, I can just be delighted that Mr. Brooks is in front of us. You are an extremely experienced operator. You know your business. You know your community. You know, you've just got decades of skills and experience to bring to your responsibilities. I think Mr. Falcone and Mr. Winchell have made an exceptional decision in luring you back out of semi-retirement or whatever you were doing. I loved your descriptions of Water Street and downtown and the Golden Knights, practice arena, or the second facility. But the vibrancy that you bring to what has been a calm street for some time. I'm excited to be driving up and down that in months when I know you're starting your construction project and revitalization, but in the months and years to come, I've got no doubt that you're going to make that a vibrant place in Clark County for gaming and other activities. So I am thrilled to support your license today and applaud the decision to place you in this position.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners Silver?
Thank you both, Mr. Moran, and for being here. Yeah, I mean, you've been licensed 4 times in the last 20 years. It's obvious you're beyond, reproach when it comes to your applications here. So, I mean, I'm fully supported. I'm thrilled. I think it's great what you've done for Henderson. And it's really neat that you're able to continue on because it gives security for your employees and everything, and kind of that transition for Mr. Winchell and his partner. So I think it's just great. I just had, I saw your wife retired from the Clark County DA's office. Is that right?
The Department of Aviation.
Oh, okay. It's CCDA. I thought it said. Okay, that maybe, okay, that's all good. I had written it down a different way. So, okay, best of luck to you in
She acts
retirement.
like an attorney sometimes.
Yeah, I was curious as to what division. That was my question. What division of the DA's office? But it wasn't even the DA's office, so.
Household division.
Yeah,
No, so
aviation
you're right,
division.
though. It's CCDA, which is Clark County Department of Aviation. And then
Oh,
Clark County
okay.
DA's
I was like,
office. So you were
CC.
right.
Yeah.
You're always right. You're a judge.
Oh, thank you. Thank you again for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Mr. Brooks, I was fascinated listening to you at the Gaming Control Board, and I wanted to understand, it seems like you have a very good handle of the actual demographics and who your clientele is in Henderson. Well, where do you glean that data from in the first place? Is that from the city council or city hall, or do you have some other methodology? Is that through your databases, perhaps? Could you give us some color?
Well, in the old days, through our antiquated database in the old days, but now with a lot of new technology and analytics, you're able to hammer down into certain, if you will, metrics, if you will, and see who your customers are, and basically good old fashioned just getting out there and talking to your customers, and that's how you really know.
Who are they? Who's the majority?
Primarily they're all mostly about 100% local. A lot of our local guests come to our casino 30 times a month, sometimes twice a day, believe it or not.
Wow.
So we have very loyal customer base that we built over the years, and I would say a lot of them are retired and fixed income. But as the downtown Henderson grows and more bars and entertainment spaces open, it brings a different dynamic and a more eclectic view, a more eclectic audience or younger crowd. So during the weekends, on nights, you'll have a different crowd. I'm walking the street, and by the time that our retirees go home and go to bed and they've had enough eating or playing for the day, and then we get a new wave of people that have been out at night and want to come in. And so 24-hour businesses. So we keep one restaurant open 24 hours. The Emerald Island Casino, there's no need to have 2 open right 100 feet across from each other. So we do quite well on late at night. So where we've seen the most growth over the past 10 years has been on our late night business in the industry known as Graveyard.
Did you just say that you go outside and you walk the street or something?
Pardon me?
You walk the street?
Oh, I walk the street quite a bit. Yes, I'm up and down the street a lot. Yes. Walk the
Got into
casino.
any trouble, or you just?
Oh, no. I just like to get a feel for what's going on, and
Good. Very good.
and I know all the other business managers or owners, and so been the president of the Water Street District Business Association in the past, and currently serve as the chairman of the Downtown Henderson Business Association. So I'm very actively involved, and we welcome more people, bring more money. So the more people that are downtown, the more jobs we can create. That's why we're excited about our expansion, so we're able to create more jobs and put more people to work.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
You
sir.
are very impressive, sir. Happy to support you today.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I don't know if we can approve you without your twin brother standing next to you. I'm so used to seeing you two
fraternal,
together.
so we're fraternal. So you could tell we're brothers, man. You could tell we're
No,
brothers.
you
but
definitely
not
look
twins.
alike.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions about your application. It's very straightforward, and you have a great history of compliance with your prior licenses. And I love how you love Water Street. I mean, I think it's undergone a complete turnover, and it's so much fun to drive through there. I grew up in Henderson. I graduated from basic high school.
Okay.
So it looks very different than it used to, but
Mhm.
all for the, but good improvement. So thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
We love hearing how well you're doing and how well things are going. So that's always a plus from hearing from applicants. But I agree, you beyond reproach as far as, no question qualified and meet the standard for a license. And so at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, non-restricted number 11 was referred back to staff at the board meeting, so please read in non-restricted number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Joseph Jarvis for finding of suitability as a beneficiary at Vitali Gaming Trust and for licensure as sole member and manager at Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots. It is also the application of Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots, for licensure as an operator of a slot machine route. You also have the applications of Elcata Slots LLC, doing business as Elcata Slots, doing business at City Club, State Inn Peacock Lounge, Cowboy Saloon and Cage, Roy's Market, Mountain City Motel Restaurant and Bar, Express Mart LLC, and Kanoko Food Mart for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato. I am an enrolled agent. Joining us today from the Carson City office is Mr. Jarvis. We'd like to start by thanking you for allowing him to appear from the Carson City office. We did give an affirmative presentation at the board. We could give an abbreviated version if you would like. We're happy to go right to questions, whichever you prefer.
Mr. Jarvis, are you there?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay, in order to get you on our screen, we just have to hear your voice. So thank you for your patience and being there in Carson City to speak with us today. I think it's pretty straightforward, so I'm going to ask, I'm just going to open it up for any questions that my colleagues may have. I'll start with Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Jarvis. Appreciate you joining us. I saw your presentation and your responses to the questions posed at the Gaming Control Board, and that clarified the issues as to, what happened with that period of time where you went without the proper license. You understand, obviously, that that's something that hopefully shouldn't happen again. And, keeping somebody around to help you, like Mr. Donato, would go a long way towards that. With respect to your background, I didn't have any questions. I think you've shown that you've ran this place for a while successfully, and I just wish you the very best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Mr. Jarvis, thank you, and very impressive also in front of the Gaming Control Board. I just wanted to check with yourself and Mr. Donato, you are comfortable with the conditions imposed by or suggested by the Gaming Control Board?
He has read and understands the condition and accepts those conditions. And I would also like to put on the record that since the Gaming Control Board meeting, he did attend the restricted licensee compliance seminar, so he has completed that as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Full support of the licensing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming to this meeting in the Carson City location. I concur with what Commissioner Solis Rainey just said. Our materials were a little bit more confusing as to what fully went on, but your presentation was really good, and it really laid out everything. And so with that, I don't have any questions, and I'm glad you're here today and fully support your license. So thanks.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Jarvis, it is a pleasure to see you. I appreciated your comments in front of the Gaming Control Board. Absolutely no understanding on my part that paperwork just didn't get done. There was no intent to deceive. So I'm perfectly comfortable. And I know it's been a long day, but I have to do this. I rarely meet an individual who travels in rural Nevada more than I have in my career. So I've, people think Elko, civilization, but, Carlin and West, but we're talking Montello and Mountain City. And those are great spots that I suspect, just a handful of people really even know where they are. But if I might, because this is a little history, in 1864, I promise I won't go that much further back.
I wasn't born yet.
The fledgling state, the territory of Nevada, issued a full faith obligation bond to build the state capitol in Carson City. And they were $1,000 denominations, and it was done. When I was in the treasurer's office, so fast forward, 100 years plus, we had for presentment a bond of that series to build the original Carson City Capitol from people in Montello who found it inside a wall of one of the old buildings there that was being demolished, but they found this. And, back in the 1800s, they would cancel bonds by putting holes in the bond. But these people were arguing that the holes in the bond that they presented for payment was just from the nails. They weren't properly canceled. And if the power of compounding money, $1,000 bearer bond compounding, up until the year, in the 1990s, 2000, it literally was like, hundreds of billions of dollars, the miracle of compounding money. And we kept getting presented. We were litigated, and they sold the bond to lawyers in Alabama of all places. But every month I would get a request for payment. Would you settle for like just taking over the state? I mean, it was annoying, but what a great throwback to, old Nevada. But, I don't hear Montello very often, and your application brought it back to me. But thank you for that smile. Madam Chair, thank you for indulging some Nevada history, and I'm thrilled to support the application in front of us today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sir, I'll just say I did appreciate, your explanation of what happened and how it happened. And I am confident, based upon your presentation at the board, that, that you're square and you know what needs to happen going forward. And I appreciate you going to the seminar. So at this time, I'm going to call for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Non-restricted.
No.
Oh, excuse me, I'll repeat that then. So Madam Chair, repeating, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
And I would just say that before the vote, that I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. And, I think it was Commissioner Krolicki talked about, mens rea, if you will, of there's no purposeful, intentional conduct here that resulted in a delay. So with that said, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? There are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent
Thank you so much. I
Freelander and
appreciate it.
Agent Rybold for all their work on these applications and
Thank you.
duties. Thank you.
All right, now that brings us to restricted items held up for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of DBH Enterprise LLC doing business as Apache Joe's and the application of Dylan Hamika for licensure as member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Hi.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right, how's everyone?
Good. Would you like to make any statements or prefer to answer questions? Do you have a plan?
Open to questions.
Okay. Mr. Hamika is open to questions. So, Commissioner Marcantonis?
It feels like Mr. Hamika keeps popping up in every single meeting. But that withstood, I think I've run out of questions for you, but full support of what you're trying to do and impressed. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I just had a couple questions, and I fully support your application. I just know, I think in the prior, not the board meeting 2 weeks ago, but the prior one 2 years ago, you said that you were going to graduate in the spring of 2024 in finance. And then at the board meeting 2 weeks ago, you said now it's going to be this spring. And I just wondered what had happened as far as like losing that year. Was it due to having to run this business?
Yes, I'm in no rush to graduate. As long as I get it, I'm happy. So I just decided I'm gonna take less classes so I could devote more time. And I wanted to take solely online classes as much as I could.
Right.
So so I said, if that pushes it, that's fine. As long as I'm gonna get my degree, I'm happy. Mom's happy. Everyone's happy.
And so you're set on track for this spring.
Yes, yes.
And I noticed you talked about it 2 years ago that you had a football career. And I wondered how that went with everything, your football career, because UNLV is 5-0 now,
Yes.
undefeated. So
Yeah,
I was wondering what,
They lost.
they lost what? When? Was it last week? Oh, okay. I'm 2 weeks behind, sorry. I didn't know that.
No, I thought they were undefeated. as
They
well.
were undefeated up until a week ago.
Yeah, no, I hung up the cleats. I
Okay.
had to devote time to get my priorities straight, everything. As much as I love it, there's more important things. That's the biggest thing I learned. So set my priorities straight, set what's important and move on.
Well, you're certainly really impressive, and I'm happy to support your application. So thanks again for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Mr. Hamika, thank you for being here. I was here 2 years ago when you obtained your limited license and you were a, shining 21-year-old ready to go out and conquer the world, and you have. So good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
How's business?
It's going well now. The first year, like I said, it was difficult getting everyone back because the bar was closed for so long.
Yeah.
But people found new bars to go to. But over time, with the correct staff, bringing people in and welcoming them in, we're building it up. And now I'm seeing much more people coming in, everything, and it makes me happy. People are enjoying the bar.
Good. Well, I'm happy to see you back, and I'm happy to see you've succeeded. I had no doubt that you would. Obviously the limitation was just because you were just so young and didn't have experience. And now you can tell your brothers and cousins who did not receive a limitation that you earned it the hard way. So good job. I'm happy to support your application.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you. Mr. Hamika, which position did you play?
I was a kicker.
Good for you. No, your story is a case study on the 2-year approval and coming back, as Commissioner Solis Rainey said, you came in like a supernova with ideas and energy. You're going to do everything all at once everywhere. And, while we were impressed, I think the 2-year limitation made sense, but this is exactly how it's supposed to play out. We want you to succeed, but there's a little mentoring, a little monitoring that I think is appropriate. I think it's helpful to you too. But we're going to use you as a case study on how to do this right and what the 2 years means in certain circumstances. And I'm just super proud to support your application.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I also support your application and think you've done a great job, and I'm sure your family's very proud of you. All this comes with hard work, right? So I'm just going to ask who would like to make the motion.
I can just. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 3. Is it 2? Hold on. Lost
Two.
track. 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. I flipped the page.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 4?
Restricted number 4 is the application of Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc., doing business as the Brass Tap for a restricted gaming license. You also have the applications of Brian Edwards, Julie Edwards, and Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Edwards Equity Holdings, Inc. retirement plan for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Brian Edwards and Julie Edwards as trustees and beneficiaries. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. With me today is Mr. Brian Edwards to my right, Mrs. Julie Edwards to my left. Julie is the sister-in-law, Mr. Brian Edwards. And also joining us by video should be Mr. Dauenhauer, which is the applicant's ERISA attorney. We did give an affirmative presentation at the board. Be glad to give an abbreviated version if you would like, or we'd be glad to go to questions as well, whichever you prefer.
We have counsel on the screen, so he is participating via Zoom. And so you said, I'm sorry, go ahead. I just want to confirm that we have him, since
Yes.
we may not be able to see him, but we can.
And we're here to answer any questions that you may have regarding this application.
Okay. I'll open it up to my colleagues. I'll start with you, Commissioner Krolicki. Any questions, comments?
No, I think it's very straightforward. You know, this is a good story. The question I really had was for Mr. Dauenhauer, the ERISA attorney, and you said something that, I mean, this, sorry to digress from the specifics of the application, even though it's, you know, part of it, but you said the business strategy, business startup rollover plans were gonna be coming on strong. Could you elaborate on that comment, please?
Oh, sure. And if you hear any noise in the background, I'm stuck at home with a contractor and they're doing
Maybe
something to
they'll
my
find
house.
an old bond in your wall and you can try to redeem it.
Hopefully it's an old NVIDIA bond or NVIDIA stock. Okay, so the way they have this structured is through it's referred to, it's not an official name, but it's referred to both in the industry and by the IRS as a rollover business startup plan, or a ROBS, or it's somewhat unfortunate acronym that spells out ROBS, but that's what they gave us. So under this rollover business startup arrangement, a person that wants to start a company and they've got money in an IRA out there or a former employer's 401k plan, that's money that they can't tap normally without taking the distribution from the IRA and paying a bunch of taxes on it.
Yep.
So the idea is that the individual starts up a new business, they roll money, and that new business starts up a new 401k plan. The individual who's now an employee of the company rolls that money over into the 401k plan. The 401k plan then purchases the stock of the company that is the sponsor of the plan. And so that's the idea of a rollover business startup arrangement.
All right, so the money just kept in a tax advantaged account as part of the startup capital.
That's right. And since the plan ends up owning the stock, the money never actually leaves the plan. The money leaves the plan, but it takes stock back into the plan, and the stock is worth what the plan paid for it. So it's treated as a tax nothing. And then the plan ends up owning the company without the individual having to take a bunch of taxable income.
Wow. It makes sense. I appreciate the explanation. And we're still anticipating this all starting in January of 2026. Is that correct? So that question is to the
The location is currently open and operating without gaming. They are finalizing the plans to enclose the outdoor area to make it all indoor space. And they plan on having that space completed, allowing for weather to may push it back a little bit, or it may be sooner, but as long as weather cooperates, they intend to get that completed by January and be able to provide those photographs to the GCB and show that they have now indoor space, and then go operational sometime in January of 2026.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Donato. You always do a splendid job. I'm fully supportive of the application.
Commissioner Silver or Marcintonis, anything else?
Thank you, and thank you for your patience and for being here. I was wondering about the live entertainment at the location. Am I right? There's supposed to be some live entertainment at some
Yeah,
point?
we do have some live entertainment. Right now, some local bands have been playing. We do have trivia, and we did try karaoke, but it didn't quite seem to catch on in the South Reno area. So that's right now we're limited to just to the live bands and to trivia.
So what clientele are you really targeting?
Oh, definitely. It's more the adult. I mean, this is more the suburban Reno adult oriented. Kids are welcome, of course, but they bring their families in, but that's less probably just when the parents come in with their children, but that's all. This is an adult oriented.
And I know the outdoor space is being enclosed, but I thought, gosh, Reno gets so darn cold. How's that going to work? Like, is it going to be freezing on the patio or?
No. It'll be the patio actually, as it is now, the outdoor patio. We do have space heaters and they are quite warm.
Okay.
So when they are enclosed, it will be part of the HVAC system within, we will be considered within the indoor space. So it'll be insulated, it will be warm.
Well, it looks great. So thank you again for being here. And obviously you have great experience with the banking industry. And so I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
I don't believe Commissioner Solis, Rainey, or I have any additional questions or.
Do not.
And I'm in support of the application, obviously. So if anyone has a motion, Commissioner Solis, Rainey?
Sure. I move for approval of restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming.
Any discussion on the motion?
Can I just clarify that includes all 6 conditions?
All the conditions is recommended by the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Any discussion on that motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 6?
Restricted number 6 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 229 for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith. I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you now on restricted item number 6, which is NRSI's application for Dottie's number 229. I'm happy to answer, or do my best to answer any questions that the commission may have.
I assume your work with Nevada Restaurant Services is that once a month, you're just not going to be in the office.
Typically, for the last decade or so.
Yeah, I figured. Because, I don't think there's a meeting you haven't been in, or at least not many. Okay, does anybody have any questions for council? Commissioner Krolicki, do you have any questions for council?
I do not. I think they were clarified in the Gaming Control Board meeting, pertaining to the church. I'm comfortable to move forward and I support.
Okay, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board with any conditions recommended therein.
All right, discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate your
very much.
patience today. All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 7?
Restricted number 7 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 21039 for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Param Maroki for licensure as a member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent with me today. To my left is Mr. Amarjeet Maroke, and to my right is Mr. Param Maroke. Application before you is for a transfer of interest where the father is transferring 50% of the interest in the company to his son. And that's really what we're here for. So we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being
Good
here
afternoon.
and for waiting. We know it's a long day for everyone that appears before us sometimes, at least, if you're not first. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments, starting with Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. And I mean, I enjoyed your presentation at the board. I guess did I miss how did you become a planning commissioner for City of El Centro? You're remote. It's not a town you live in, right? But you're a planning commissioner.
That is correct. So for the planning commissioner, I was working with 7-Eleven Inc. over there as corporate for 7 years. And then just working with the community over there and working with the city, just, like trying to get such a small town. So really trying to making sure everyone's connected. And then they're they recommended, yeah, you should definitely, take a look into becoming a planning commissioner. So I joined the planning commissioner.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And now you're on the appeals building board.
Correct.
So
I'm currently
what
serving.
made you do that now?
This with it's being really attached to the community. That's my main thing right there. Because at the end of the day, especially with a small town, it's very hard to grow. So really showcasing the team to grow overall with the community. It's a small community out there.
And how much time a week are you helping your dad with this? And you'll obviously remain remote, right? You're not going to come live in.
No, I'm actually I live in Nevada right now.
Oh, okay.
I live in Nevada right now.
All right.
So that one is I don't serve on the planning commission anymore.
Right.
I only serve on the buildings appeal board.
Okay.
So and then that's because I own property over there. That's the reason I can serve on it.
Oh, I
Okay,
see. I see.
so
Yeah,
that's I just wanted to clarify
seems
that one.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And how much time a week did you say you're helping your dad?
20 hours a week,
All
each
right.
location.
Tad says not enough.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, thank you both for being here. I appreciate your presentation. Of course, we support your application. Thank you.
Can I ask you for those boards? And that's all volunteering. I mean,
That
no
is
one's-
volunteer. That is
You're just
correct.
giving your time
Correct.
and your expertise and your consideration for no money.
That's correct. Yes.
And apparently, it's because it's such a small town that's an opportunity for you to get that experience as well.
Correct. Yes.
Interesting.
You must be very proud of him. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree probably is something you tell him all the time. You should. But I have full support and thank you so much for being here today, both of you.
I didn't have anything either. It's pretty straightforward and, what a blessing for you to be able to spend this time with your dad and work alongside him. It's something you shouldn't take for granted. And I'm a little jealous of it, but I'm happy to support your application.
Commissioner Krolicki?
And I too will climb on the father-son route here. I think that is extraordinary. I think it's wonderful. Clarification, I think, Mr. Donato, you made it. There are no tax issues in this gifting at this point.
That's correct. They did check with their CPA and the CPA issued a letter that we gave to the agent indicating there's no tax implications by gifting this to the son for either their father or son.
I was going to say they should both be happy with that. And I did, thinking if you'd taken the restricted licensee compliance seminar, you have, but you took it over a year ago. Is there any, usually these applications kind of coincide with taking that class. Is there a reason why it's been why you had it last year and why we're seeing this now?
So we submitted the application a while ago, and at that time we submitted an application in a way that required an amendment. So we had to go back and amend the applications. There are a total of 3 stores that the father owns. This is the first one coming before you, which is already being operated by an LLC, which is owned 100% by the dad. So he's transferring 50% of that LLC to his son. The other 2 stores are being operated as sole proprietors. And so what we had to do is we initially submitted for LLCs that own 50-50, and we had to go back and amend that to make the transfer from the sole proprietor to the LLC owned 100% by the dad, and then a transfer of interest application so the dad can transfer 50% of that LLC to his son. So that did require some amendments, and that's what took some additional time.
That explains a year. Thank you, Mr. Donato. Happy to support.
Okay, does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Game Control Board with the condition. He actually, there is no conditions. He voluntarily completed the seminar, so.
Okay, that's the motion. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And I'd like to thank Special Agent Peters for all his work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioners. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is Antoinette Lewis, case number 24LV01149.
All right, via, I believe, email, Ms. Antoinette Lewis has withdrawn her request for a hearing before the commission, and so no action will be taken on this matter. Madam Secretary, please read in our next item.
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration request for reconsideration. That item is Elizabeth Blue, case number 21LV10155.
Okay, it does, in Carson City, we have no one present. Can we look? Can we? No one present in Carson City. So just want to make a record that Ms. Blue is not present here at 2:20 p.m. At our meeting. She was notified of this hearing date over the phone on September 23rd, 2025. And I'm advised by Madam Secretary that there's been no communication requesting any kind of waiver of appearance, an extension or continuance or moving of this hearing. And so did I accurately sum up kind of our contact with her?
Yes, we had sent her a letter prior to her phone call. She received the letter and then called just to confirm the date and time. And then we have heard nothing since.
Okay, so unless I know we've all had the opportunity to review the materials related to this gaming registration matter. And I guess I would ask if anyone has a motion, or if you'd like, I mean, we can do it either way. We can discuss the case and then have a motion, or we can have a motion and then discuss the motion and the case.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
It looks like the letter that was sent to her had a different address. Does she have the address here?
Actually, I don't believe we sent a
The address that I
re-notification.
see is like where we used to meet over at that other place.
I am unable to check our system. Our network is currently down.
Okay, we're going to pass this matter until December and make sure she's properly noticed of the correct address. Okay? All right, so we'll put this on the December agenda. I don't think we really have a choice. Unless we can verify she was given the proper location of the meeting.
We did send her a re-notification with the correct address.
Okay, when did we do that? Our system is down?
Yes, our system is unfortunately down. Do you know when it was?
I can't recall the date, but I know that a notification did go out to Ms. Blue.
That, for the record, was Employee of the Month, Jose Torres.
Thank you, Chair.
Every month. I haven't sat in a while, so I thought I'd just get one in.
Oh, wait. No, it's right. No, it did. This is a new, sorry.
Okay, so we have one dated October 2nd, 2025.
I found it.
Okay. Great. So would anyone like to either make a motion and then we can discuss the motion if need be? Or does someone have something they'd like to say before we proceed to a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, please do.
I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Elizabeth Blue's registration as a gaming employee and accept the hearing examiner's recommendation, I guess, that she submit another petition after 1 year pursuant to NGC Reg 5.109 sub 11. Right? It was on for reconsideration, so either denial or just sustain the objection.
Okay, any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. Next agenda item are the administrative reports. If we could start with Chair Dreitzer.
Yes, thank you, Chair Togliatti. The regularly scheduled 2025 November 2025 meeting for the Gaming Control Board will be held on Wednesday, November 5th in Carson City. The non-restricted agenda will begin at 9 a.m. with 10 items tentatively scheduled to be heard. The restricted agenda will begin at 1:30 and has 12 items tentatively scheduled to be heard. And on that agenda, there's also one patron dispute appeal to be heard as well. And I'll alert the commissioners now, there's a possibility that a special meeting will be held on Friday, November 14th at 1 p.m., although that's not certain as of yet. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from our Attorney General's office today?
No, nothing today. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, please, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, first to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make public comment? I can't see. Nope, there isn't. And here in Las Vegas, there does not appear to be anyone here that wishes to make public comment. So that will close our public comment section. And this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of October. We are adjourned.